TV Channel 10. Spoon Talk. Setting Liberia's agenda for national growth. When the ordinary Liberians, home and abroad, are seeking a platform to make a clarion call to their leaders for a hygienic political, social, and economical landscape in the motherland, there is one platform that is authentic, they always count on. Spoon Talk, the beacon of hope, the fountain of authentic information for this dispensation and dispensations to come. Join the team of panelists Mondays through Saturdays, 8 p.m. locally, 4 Eastern Time, and other timings across the world. Tune into our radio services, Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5. We can also be reached on social media through Facebook or YouTube on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV Live. Locally tune in to Super TV Channel 10. Spoon Talk, setting Liberia's agenda for national growth. Yes, I, special one from the CEO, standing with the strong. Anyone right in the South of Man, charges on the people. To get your information.
Yeah, Casey, welcome.
Okay, welcome, James.
Okay.
And good evening to Dr. Richardson.
Hello, you can see and good day. Hello.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Thank God.
God stay money us. We're going through.
Yeah, God Money Us Club. You need membership?
Yeah.
All of our viewers who are interested in the God Money Us Club, yeah, please come to James to complete your membership form. You actually got to say a prayer to God. Right, James?
Yeah. All you need.
Especially when we got Thanksgiving coming on in the United States, you gotta show gratitude, right, James? You busy or what? I will not disturb you. I can tell. Yeah, I can see.
Yeah.
I can see. That's a very interesting name. I told you my daughter's middle name is Unzi, right? Did I tell you that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you told me that. You told me that.
Very familiar to your name, Yekezi.
Yeah.
My oldest child, her middle name is Unzi.
Okay.
So what's going
And
on?
I have a nephew whose name is Unzi as well.
Who?
I have a nephew whose name is Unzi.
Oh, wow. There's a lot of significance to that name, but that's okay.
Yeah.
It's some private matter not to be shared. But anyway, we want to welcome all of you here today. It's going to be a bomb dropping program again today. You saw the flyer. It was probably shared on Sarah Peaches. It is my understanding that we have Scentsy Morris coming on tonight, and he is from Water and Sewer Company. And so we're going to wait until the CEO come to expand on this conversation. But I want to welcome all of our guests, our audience. I want you to hold on tight to your seat, grab your soft drink. You can drink Modelo like some of the people that I know. Go get your Modelo. You can get a shot from the root bottle. Go get a shot because it's gonna be nerve wracking. It's gonna be provoking. It's gonna be informative here tonight on Spoon TV as usual. So, yeah, guess what's going on in the country? You want to let us know?
Yeah. So today, the most talked about happening was at the National Elections Commission, where the Board of Commissioners of the National Elections Commission today conducted hearing into a motion filed by the Musa Abilities faction of the Liberty Party to squash or dismiss the complaint filed by the Yombli Kanga Lawrence's faction of the Liberty Party. And that process was, it began with the hearing officer, and he dismissed the lawyers representing Musa Ability's motion, and they took an appeal to the Board of Commissioners, and the Board of Commissioners heard the matter today, and the Board of Commissioners withheld the ruling from the hearing officer. So that is the complaint by the Yombli Kanga Lawrence faction of the Liberty Party has been considered legitimate by the National Elections Commission, and that the Elections Commission will be probing into that. And also today, the president of Liberia.
Before you move on, do you recall what the complaint is so we can just update and refresh our audience?
Yeah.
If you
so the complaint is to prevent the Musa Abilities faction of the Liberty Party from holding its convention that's supposed to have been held recently, and to also squash the current constitution of the Liberty Party that the National Elections Commission has, because the Yombli Kanga Lawrence's faction of the Liberty Party is saying that that constitution was altered, it was fingered, and as a matter of fact, it shouldn't have been Musa Ability presenting the constitution to the National Elections Commission. It should have been the presiding officer of the 2021 convention, but Musa Ability, without any authorization, presented the constitution, and they have problem with it. So that's basically what the complaint about.
So it sounds like we're going to the court system now. We're moving from NEC to the court system.
Yeah. So today, following the dismissal of the motion by the Musa Abilities faction of the Liberty Party, the lawyers representing Musa Ability, took an appeal. They said they would take an appeal to the Supreme Court.
Okay. Thanks for sharing. I'm sure when the dust settles, we will be able to speak about this more on Spoon TV. But it sounds like we are at a stage. The dust has not settled yet. So let's see what will happen as the case progress.
Okay.
Mhm. What else going on there? Anything else?
And also today the press union of Liberia is expected to hold elections on tomorrow. Journalists from Monrovia and other parts of Liberia, they've converged in Banga City, Bon County, where the election is expected to be held. But one of those contesting for the presidency of the Press Union of Liberia is Julius Kanuba. He has had issues with the membership listing of the Press Union of Liberia. According to him, there are a lot of people who don't meet the requirement, for being member of the Press Union of Liberia, that the incumbent leadership of the Press Union of Liberia have included on the membership listing of the Press Union of Liberia, because those people are supportive of the vice president, the incumbent vice president of the PUL, who's also contesting for the presidency. So ahead of the process tomorrow, he called on all of his supporters to abstain from the process. The other candidates, who is Daniel Yankona, and his supporters were all there. They are there presently, and we understand that a candidate who's calling for the voters' roll to be clean, or the membership listing of the PUL to be clean. He's requested a writ of injunction to be placed on the election. And today we saw a sheriff from the Supreme Court who had gone there in Banga, to put an injunction on the election. But, there was nobody there to serve the writ. Accordingly, the writ should have been served to, either the president, the current president of the PUL, or the vice president, but none of them were there. So today the writ wasn't served, and information we're gathering from there is that they are continuing the electoral process.
Everywhere we turn, court order, court writ. Everywhere. Every elections, private elections. Let's keep praying for our country. Mm-hmm. So, well, we pray that the press union election goes well, because we depend on you guys to provide information to the country. You guys are, a part of the democratic process in Liberia. So I'm praying that all goes well, but I'm also worried that it gets exhausting sometimes. Everywhere we turn, there's this argument, fuss, court. It may be part of our growing pain, it may be part of our development process. There has to be the storm before the calmness of things, maybe. But we'll see. But we wish them, we'll keep our ear open. Thank you for sharing that information, Yakesi. Anything else going on in the country?
So far, so good. Those are the major happenings.
The major happenings. Okay. Well, I want to welcome all of our listeners, our viewers. I'm hearing someone say that there's no sound on, I don't know, either the radio or somewhere. I just saw that pop up. Look at the messages, the comments in the comment section. Somebody
just said they're not hearing me.
Oh, they're not hearing you. Okay.
Yes,
I'm hearing you.
Maybe it's
on the radio. Okay. So just welcome. We'll spend some time welcoming all our viewers today, our audience. If you're on Spoon Talk, Spoon Network, Fabric Radio, and Facebook, on social media, YouTube. We are waiting for the panelists to join us. It's going to be a spirited, interactive conversation. We have a guest in the studio tonight. We have the suspended employee of Water and Sewer Company, Mr. Scentsy Morris. He's going to be here tonight. And then the rest of the panelists are making their way home to join us from work. And but we're going to welcome all of you guys that around the world watching Spoon to the program. We ask that you participate in the comment section, right? Your thoughts, your feelings, whatever you like or dislike what someone else is saying. You can use your emoji to express yourself. We appreciate your engagement. We appreciate you being here today. And if it was not for you, we will not be here. So I appreciate you being here. I want to say hello, Glendy. I did see that you said hello, Dr. Richardson. Hello to you too. And many others here tonight. I want to just tell you hi. Thank you for stopping by Spoon tonight. I see Sierra Thompson is here. She says, "Welcome, Doc." Ojuku Nenyu Target is here. Hello. Jacob Cisco is from Oxford, Mississippi. Alexander Kanga is watching. Sis Bonner Walter is watching. Grace Bien says, "Hi, Doc." Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Grace. Your last name is Bobby. I'm sorry. Gabi is watching. Von Julie B. Grace Yelu is also watching. Brooklyn M. Williams is watching. He says, "Good evening, Spoon." Good evening to you as well. Joe Solocoli Jr. is watching from Margibi County. Wilmot S.T. Knuckles is watching from Minnesota. He's an avid follower. I see him all the time. Farrah Wallace is also an avid follower. I see her all the time. Kamu Fofana is watching from Delaware County. Prince M. Boca I think, is watching from Casablanca. I'm sorry, this thing keeps going a little faster when I start talking, so I'm trying to do my best to stay with it. Ansu Masale, he's watching from China. Somebody from China, Casablanca, Maryland. Asata O. Dustin is watching from Maryland. Isaac Holder is watching. He says, "Hi, Dad." Maybe that's good day, or you can see he's talking to somebody else. Fojo Siemen is here watching from Grand Kipman County. Yay, Grand Kipman County. Rowersport, in particularly, the people from Rowersport. How are you doing today? That is exactly where my dad is from. Love that place. Beautiful, beautiful place. I mean, we wasting time like Liberia. That kind of fun place that we just letting it go like that. When you go there, it's just there. You know, that place fine. You have been Jane good and you've been all over like Liberia. You've been there, right?
No, I passed, but I did not enter there.
Jane, I want to know if you can go to it.
No, I've been to Cape, but I did not go to Rowersport.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like I see, you've been to Rowersport?
No, I've been to Cape Mount as well, but not Rowersport.
You're missing, oh man, that place fine.
I've been to Kinjaw.
Oh, Kinjaw, yeah. Okay, yeah. That place fine. The next time, then maybe all of us will take a trip there. It's too fun. I mean, you can see the mountain, the water, the lake, and the Atlantic Ocean. They all meet at one place, you know, and the beaches are beautiful, like pure sand. You know, there's hills, mountain. It's like a wonder of the world. But we're there. We're there. We need to. It's a complete tourist spot. They used to have. When my dad was growing up, he said they even had an airport over there where it was built by the Americans. They used to come there. So imagine if you had a small airport there, and you flying, and you just have that spot just for tourists. The American college student will be there for spring break. Trust me, they like stuff like that. And we actually 10 hours flight, you know, from this part of the world. In a daytime, you could be in Liberia, you know. Hey, that tourists with that money there, money for our country. Anyway, let's go back to welcoming our people. Yeah, because somebody here talk about say I'm speaking July, giving speech orientation. Your sorrow. Yata Burnett. She's watching from Florida. Yata, hello. Mulpa Fofana, he watching from Double Bridge, Morovia. I don't know what Double Bridge is, but he's watching. Welcome, Mulpa Fofana. Farfi Trust Justice Square. He's watching from District 8. Farfi know his district already. He know where you'll be voting and everything. So that's good. You're ahead of us with Farfi. Farfi Trust Justice Square. He's here. Um, Louis Honorary, we say I speaking Jedi giving orientation speech. Okay, whatever. Louis, you got best. Um, Senewan Depot say I'm gonna go to Cape Town and go invest. Okay, I agree. You're right. You know what kind of investment I got in Cape Town? Are you like bro for you to thought I want that? You don't know my parents got property there that I'm maintaining and upkeep. Yeah, go. Where's the trouble, yo? Alex S. Bond, he's from Lima County. Alex, how are you? Clarence Bubo from Compton, Lima County. William Betor is from Lower Massachusetts. He says here, uh, Rochester S. Mills watching from Duport Road. Duport Road, Morovia, Pinsville. That's right. Philip Bala, he says, don't mind them, keep talking. Benson, God beloved son Mason is also here watching from Turkey. We got somebody watching PK Tokba. He's watching from Turkey. Arvington Bear is watching from Minnesota. We got a Minnesota person in the house. Patrick Dopu is watching from District 10. We got Patrick is here. He's in the house. Solomon Abraham Japate is watching from Morovia. Oman Zuzu, he said he feel good watching from their Balawa Youth Association Heart Center in Douala. So he's in Douala watching us. Balawa, I think I'm saying it. Balaswa, I think I'm saying it right. Youth Center in Douala. Shout out.
Balawalaze.
Huh? Say the same. Tell me again.
I think it should be Balawalaze.
Balawalaze
Yeah.
Youth Center in Douala.
Yeah,
Shout
I
out
think
to
so.
all of you guys, all of the young people at Balawalaze Youth Center. We welcome you. Continue watching. We appreciate you being here. Rebecca Mason Nathan is watching from Australia. Salomon Zor is watching from Looking Town, Johnsonville. There's a Looking Town in Johnsonville he's watching from. Wow. Oga Titus is watching from Stephen Tauber Estate. Joanita Z. Boca is watching from Firestone. William Sassi is watching from the UAE. So we have called Australia, UAE, there's people all over Turkey. Henry Doe is watching from Massachusetts, Boston. Richelieu Balafemi Harris is watching. Charlene is watching. Charlene LIB is watching. Hi, Charlene. Charlene is here all the time. She follows the show a lot. We thank you, Charlene LIB, for watching. Jerome D. Cassell is watching from Buchanan. Welcome the people from Buchanan. A shout out to the people. Another beautiful place. Another place where we can just amplify tourism. Buchanan is very beautiful. I really enjoy, the scenery when I was there. Beautiful, beautiful place. I mean, and it's not far from Morovia. And since
Yeah.
we build a road,
Yeah, not too far.
yeah, I mean, you can go. Actually, I spent a night in Buchanan when I was there, 2017, and it was just beautiful. It seemed if we fix the road to Kipma is not far from Morovia either, so
Okay.
you can really go there for the day and come back.
Yeah, the Douala traffic is a little bit tough.
No, that's true. But
Yeah.
that thing that easy fix though. So instead of I will not say what I wanted to say, but we could redirect money. I was speaking to a presidential leader in the country, and he was saying, that when you go all the way back, because I shop in that Douala market there all the way back, you hit the ocean, and you can put a highway back there that take the back road straight into Morovia, bypass all of that traffic. But imagine how pretty the scenery view that you get. But the people not block all the ocean. You see the ocean from Douala Road.
Yeah, but with that,
Mhm.
you will just have to break down some homes. Before development comes in, people will have to crash something.
Yeah, yeah. that can happen once you. It's the matter of how you negotiate and talk to the people. You know that one there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You gotta go there, explain to them what we want to do. You'll not say one, two times. But even here, before development came, they had to break down people homes
Yeah.
anywhere in the world. But it's so beautiful. I can't imagine. When I went back there, I went all the way back to after I passed there's an old Douala market. They're not the one that they just built. So you just keep going back. In fact, the road it's made out of cement. That's the road that I used. The market road was made out of cement, so it wasn't that bad. I don't
Okay.
know who built that road over there, but it's still strong to some extent.
I think it was built during the past regime.
Really?
Yeah, I know that route you're talking about.
No, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, but if you keep going, you hit, around the beach area and stuff like that behind there. And it's just, but we don't appreciate those things. The thing that the people in other part of the world are looking for. uh, the people be looking for beaches and stuff. We can pay plenty of money to go to beaches then, and
Yeah.
not, yeah, not for free. Is there certain places the I remember we had to go pay parking. We went to Virginia Beach. We paid parking. We had to go find. We had to sneak our way into the private beaches where a friend of ours had that we didn't have to pay. So once you go into a private beach, you don't have to pay. But anyway,
Wow.
Richard Jitor, he said Tatila Billy. Oh, okay. He said Tatila Billy.
You see that, Tira?
Yeah, that's somebody said Tatila Town that road a bill.
Anyway, some of us we just coming.
Then somebody said we have a fix it 3 second turn. Because he got jokes. Ah, oh God, I would laugh. That's Senator Debo said it. I was talking okay, we're listening. Oh
Uh,
God. You're too funny, like purple funny. I like your humor. Mom Doris son from she said Atlantic City beaches are free. That's true. The beaches there are free. I don't, I visited there. Sometimes I like to go to some private areas. That's why some private beaches. So they do have public. The public beaches are free, especially when you're on the boardwalk. So yes, they do have free beaches, and in Liberia, the beaches in Cape Town are free as well. Nobody pays to go there. But the way the money in this country, where the money comes from, is the boardwalk. They kind of built a boardwalk around the beaches, and then you
mhm.
can have business people sell their products like restaurant along the beaches. You can buy T-shirts, you can buy all these different things, and that's how they make their money. And then they have like an amusement park attached to the beach, so you can go and take the kids for rides and stuff like that. And it's really a money making thing if you think about it. Solomon Abraham Japater, he said, if that's Redemption Road, then it's Taylor who built that. Abraham A. Kamar, he said he's watching from Dubai, the UAE. He said, thank you guys for your great service to our people of Liberia. I really appreciate your efforts. Thank you to Abraham. It takes a lot out of all of us. You see James, he on a different time zone, but he got to be here, stay up and be awake from the beginning to the end of the show. And we talk about sometimes we're going 2-3 hours, depending on how juicy the topic is. And that's
Um,
true. Yeah. So, we gotta wait for the guys. Some people, Peabody, Tomalin, Sandy, Kev, all of us work full time. I also work full time, and I'm working after the show, so I'm not going to bed until probably 1-2 o'clock tonight, because I go back to work after I do the show. If I didn't have to do the show, I probably, go to bed early. But I also want to shout out to all of our spouses, for allowing us to be here. Special shout out to Abraham, who's been so patient. Mrs. Weatherspoon, who also, support this network. She supports her children, James, Yakasi, and all of them. Her husband for being here. Mrs. Sandy, Summerlin, and Mrs. Peabody. All of those people we take time away from being with them to be here. Mrs. Good Day, any if there's a Mrs. Good Day, you know. You put a card by any yeah, good day the way you marry. You don't put say that other one. Um Lasana Kamara says how cold it is on my end. It is getting cold and colder. I told my students last night I was born near the Sahara Desert. That'll be Liberia, West Africa. So the other weather here, I don't even do it well. I got up yesterday morning and I look at the winter jacket. I say, it's looking all right out. In that winter time, by the time I got outside, the cold hit me one time. But I forced myself. I just put my scarf on. But when I got on campus, because I worked late last night, it was very cold. James,
Yeah,
how you?
like my side is too cold. It's getting cold to the south too.
Yeah, yeah. I can't. No matter how long I stay away from Liberia, I can't get. You know how some people can get used to cold weather. I don't know. Maybe you're getting used to it. No matter how long I stay from near the
Every time I
Sahara,
get out, I can get disturbed.
I know it's something to get used to. So for
Yeah.
that reason, I mean, I already don't like to leave my house. Sometimes, even during the summertime, I find comfort in my house. I got everything that I need here. But when it gets winter, for you to find me somewhere, it can be hard because I don't like it. I don't like it at all. That what happened with born near the Sahara. You know, that what happened.
Yeah.
So let's welcome Stanton. He's here already. We're waiting to start the show.
Oh,
Diane,
that's it's not from me.
hello.
That
Oh,
echo from James.
it's better now. It's
Okay,
better.
maybe it was from you.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so.
Dr. Richardson, how you doing?
Good today. Oh, can't complain.
Hey, complain to who?
That it and
James, we got a couple of birthday people we'll be sending a shout out to. But someone's special birthday is today. If you have a phone number, James, I would like to call her from the spoon room to wish this
Oh,
special person a birthday. I sent you the picture already, James.
I'm coming 1 minute.
That's Richardson, November 18th. A very special birthday, to special people. One of who is my nephew. We used to call him the first nephew. He's the first grandchild of our
mm,
parents, right? Sylvester Nicky Bestman is today is his birthday. We're gonna show the picture later. But
I don't
this other
have
person,
I don't have
reach
her
out,
number.
James. Just reach out. Reach out and
Yeah, let
get
me
a
try
number.
to call her.
Yeah, I want to surprise this person.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I saw that today is the person's birthday, I really want to surprise this person. One of our faithful fans, a wonderful person. But I want to say thanks to everybody. Today we're going to be having a wonderful show. We got Sensei, right?
Yeah.
That's the gentleman name, Sensei Dr. Richardson. What do you know about him? What do you know about Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation?
how
Uh,
much you? I know that he's coming on. He's gonna be able to share information with us about what's going on there. He's actually suspended, isn't he?
well, left on suspension. That's what I
Life,
heard.
lifetime suspension.
No, 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 no. Don't let you say that. No. No,
I
no,
would have
no,
said
no.
her a lifetime membership, but I hear a lifetime suspension before.
But everything about this government is all left time, left time movie, left time suspension, left time hiring, you cannot fire, left time fire, you cannot hire. So it is what it is. But today is a good Friday. Thank God it's Friday. It's very, very cold that you reach. Is it cool at your end?
It is very cold. I actually wore my
Ooh,
winter jacket today.
wow, it's cold, man. It's cool. The cold here is bad.
Hmm.
James, is it cool at your end?
Yeah.
Wow, it's very, very cool. I had a double layer on. In the house it's even colder than outside the main. Because I don't know what happened to you, Dr. Richardson. We fought over the heat and the cold. I like the cool air. My son says it's too cool, put the heat on. So we're gonna break the thermometer because he put it on, I put it on.
Hmm. I
And
know.
Madam just said, and Madam would just sit back and just watch. I think I need to go to Florida. Seriously, I need to. But this school here is not easy, man. Somebody says, CEO, come back to Florida. Jabo. You're right, Jabo, my friend. But Florida, I don't like Florida. Seriously. Florida is just kind of different to me, that's what Richard saying. It's different, you know. I really don't like it. I like my Jersey. Or at least the other way, you know. No, I feel it better. I can't keep it automatic. I don't like the automatic, man. The picking gonna come and take that thing for automatic.
Yeah, Tila said to you.
What Tiola say?
Read it.
I ain't see Tiola. I can see her say.
Tila said, "I go to North Panton."
That's a good one, Tiola.
Tila, oh God, that's how she spelled North Panton too.
That's let me see how she spelled it, North Panton. Let me see. A lot of people be having problems spelling North Panton, right?
She actually broke it down for us. I knew what you were talking about.
North Panton. Tiola. Yeah, North Panton in my area, Tiola. I don't know where you from. you from Liberia.
Tila grew up in Monrovia.
Nah, she from Monrovia.
Hop up.
Tiola was 2 years old when her parents brought in America. She got nothing about Liberia.
Tiola, I played basketball.
Tiola ain't know nothing about. Yeah, afterwards she went back to Liberia. Okay, spent a few years, played basketball with a couple of you guys on Born Mines, and she came back. Tiola is not. I don't think Tiola should be even allowed to vote in Liberia, but that's okay. That's another conversation.
I got a story on Tiola, but okay, sure. You know,
what's going on with YKZ? Do we have the guest in studio? YKZ, we are not hearing you. YKZ, what kind of face cap you got on today? So I saw this when you were at the National Election Commission. What's happening? What's that?
that's by graduation face cap.
Which school?
UL, the University of Liberia.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
That's recent.
But yeah. Can you remove it saying you're producing? Then when you go backstage, you can put it on. I know you're doing a promotion, but you know the face cap will obstruct your view. You know,
okay, all right.
Yeah.
So, so let me just set up the guest.
Okay, all right. Do your thing. Yakazi Zobe. Picking a powerful picking in the town, man. Picking enjoying. I know where James stay. All the picking them from, they enjoying. That Richardson, you know that James running the new crew, right? Yakazi, Nelson Colette, Aaron Kuban, and who else? I won't miss anybody else, James.
No.
Oh, you guys are only 4.
You talking about those who doing the production?
Listen, Yakazi, Aaron, Nelson, James. Who else? Am I missing anybody else?
Chokon.
Who Chokon?
Chokon Flama.
Oh, Chokon. But why Chokon Flama can't show face?
I bought up now village boy. He grew up in the village.
Oh, so he can do this too? Wow.
Bazo Ben.
Yeah, Chokon Flama. Yeah, Chokon. Chokon am picking too. So you guys are what?
Bazo picking more us.
That Bazo man?
Bazo man.
So what happened with Bazo people? They can fight each other. They can fight each other for Liberty Party, right? They think every day they're going to cook. Why they can solve the Liberty Party problem, folks? You saw what happened to Liberty NEC today, National Election Commission. You saw what happened. Dr. Richardson, we are not announcing a CPP USA launching. We are not doing it. This is not a CPP program. This is not an ANC program. Leave us alone. Ability, one announcement. No. So are you representing CPP on the show and not ANC?
Send a bill to Musa.
Wait, James. Folks, we are waiting for our guests to come in studio, but let's get this straight. Dr. Richardson is now moving from ANC representation to CPP representation. We are free to make that announcement. That's what she just sent me. She is now representing CPP on the show. But we got something very serious to inform you guys tonight.
Well,
after we talk about the Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation. No, Kevin's not on yet. I'm not going to do it.
Send a bill to Musa.
No, Musa didn't get money, man.
Okay,
Those
that's
are
why I
your
was
money.
asking. I was asked to make the announcement of CPP.
Nah, I'm not making no announcement. You leave us alone with your CPP ANC business.
Okay,
Everything CPP.
go ahead, announce it. Go ahead and announce your thing.
No.
But there's a multiple
No,
city.
I got it. I got seriously. I got a lot of announcements to make. I got one on ANC, right? Something is happening that is not right within ANC. TLA going to get mad again. I got one on UP. Apparently, there's rumors out there that Ambassador Baga have made a decision on his VP.
He did.
I got one on. Listen, today Friday, people are going to get mad. They can say what they want to say. I got one on. I got one. I'm waiting for the guys to come. And you guys, you know the information I got on ANC? Did you guys see one more time Mr. Coleman's shoe?
I never
That's
saw
what Richard said. You're a feminist in chief. I will ask you to address that. A female bent over and tie Mr. Coleman's shoe.
I never saw
Hey, it ate my skin when I saw that. That was one of the greatest mistakes those around Mr. Cummings or Mr. Cummings allowed. For a female or sister to just, James, don't no. Let me ask the folks that. Did any of you see a female bending over to tie Mr. Cummings' shoe?
Nobody saw it.
No, that's what you said. Don't do that. No.
Look at the comments.
No, that's what you said. I'm asking a question.
Nobody
Did anybody see a female bending over to tie Mr. Cummings' shoe? Yes or no? We got a clip. Listen. Randall said yes. I know we got Scentsy in studio. We talked to Scentsy, but this is very, very, very shocking to me. I believe that after Charlie, I will show this. I believe me. I would bend over any day to tie my sister, my mother, my female friends their shoes. I can do it. But for a female to tie my shoe, lie. I want to hear what Dr. Richardson or Mariah going to say. You know, they attack Isidore, they attack folks massively for saying such. And say, oh, that's a woman. Protect the woman. But I want to hear what they have to say today when we play that video. That, you know what, let me wait for Kev Hassan. Maybe Kev Hassan will address this properly. Because, guys, today is Friday. Say anything you want to say. We welcome you. But have you seen the clip? No, it's not our topic. Come on, Vera. Vera, hold on. Our topic, we got Scentsy in studio. We're going to be bringing him from Liberia, Water and Sweat. Our topic is also, we're hearing that JMB probably, you know, maybe he'll make his decision to bring in someone. It's not true. It's not from me. People sending me information, and I want to share it with my good followers. But when I was coming home, somebody sent me something, said, did you see one of our sisters? Look, she bent over till you could see her back. Hey, man. Who is doing this to Mr. Cummings? James Goodaflow. Listen, just for a tease, before we bring in the guests, just for a minute tease. I won't even yet kept saying anything today because we will speak about this, but Liberians need to hear this.
Let me drop it.
I know our people are going to talk about Liberty Party fighting again. That's a business. They're going to talk about, oh yeah, Scentsy Morris is in studio. He's going to talk about the massive corruption at Water and Sweat. But hold on 1 minute. Hold on. Folks, welcome your brother and sister. This is the sport.
So we have to take out our shoes.
I said just a tease. I didn't say play the whole thing.
So we have to take out our shoes.
James, thank you. I want to get into the mindset of Dr. Richardson. I want to listen. Something is happening, but I want to hear what Dr. Rich. I don't think Mariah coming on the show tonight. Kev Hassan, this is so disturbing, right? I challenge Mariah to show face tonight. I want to hear what a feminist in chief going to say. I want to hear what people that fight for women's rights going to say. When I saw this clip today, I feel so disturbed. I'm not saying Mr. Coleman is a bad man, but the optics that is involved that a female will bend over to tie or politically. Hey, man, Kev, take it from me. Let me drink my water. Let me get real fast to never today Friday by. Take it from me by.
CEO, the last time I was talking about the website, everybody say, "Oh, this," but the reason I pointed out those things, Mr. Cummings will always speak on the both sides of his mouth. Oh, the women, there's the women that will come out. But you allow a woman to bend down and tie your shoes. You do that in America, you're any politician, you will never get your career finished. You will bend down for a woman to bend down and tie your shoes. The last time they allow our men to carry him. Now the woman tying the shoes. The question is, does the Liberia Mr. Cummings want us to live in?
Pause, Kev. Kev, man. We got our guests tonight, Kev. This is just something. You make mention of the last time when they were carrying Mr. Cummings over the show and singing the song, Hail the King, Hail the King. And Mr. Cummings were in the hammer. Guys, this is getting scary. We are reaching to a place in Liberia that we cannot enslave ourselves. The day when the announcement came about the Emancipation Proclamation, listen, we shouldn't go back to those days. That we present ourselves and we talk about domestic slavery. That you're going to have somebody taking your chimba. You're going to have somebody giving you a bubble bath. You're going to have somebody, tying your shoes. People throwing you in hammock. No. That presentation is so bad. I would say to all my brothers and sisters in ANC or CPP, watch it. You don't want to. Where is Dr. Richardson? Somebody called Dr. Richardson. Fellow Pastor, call Dr. Richardson. I beg you. But where is our sister? She was there on the show. Eric Nangbe, please. Please, Eric, call Dr. Richardson. What's going on? Our sister, Kev. What happened to our sister?
She disappeared because I don't think she can stand.
No. She cannot. She cannot leave the show tonight. There will be no way we allow her to leave tonight. No way. No.
I want her to speak.
The one that you called that the one you should play. Don't play the other one. Play the one. That one that you called it very clear. Guys, hello? I know we got Scentsy in studio, right? I know we have Scentsy. We'll bring Scentsy shortly. Hello? Let him just get all 10 minutes. My man, Kev, you're allowed. Let him just go ahead and just, because this is what we need to do. Don't say, CEO, come on, please. No, don't do that, Zico. That's Zico Connect. Don't do that, my man. This is Liberia we're talking about. We breed in domestic slavery. You know how this thing happened? You plant the seed, it germinates, it begins to grow, and you say, oh, I see a little flower. Oh, look at the big flower. Oh, no. That's how these things happen. And Dr. Richardson knows exactly what I'm talking about. Play the video, and we'll pause on the video because we want to hear exactly what. And I know Dr. Richardson will be very strong on this one tonight. She got to speak to save our girls and our women. They are not domestic slaves. Our sisters are not domestic slaves. How dare you? You let her bend over to tie your shoe. What was the security? What was Mariah? How dare you do that? What is Mount Teresa, Mr. Cummings' wife? Where is Mariah, the chief of staff? How dare you let somebody bend over, a sister bend over to Thomas? It is against our ethic of religion. It is against our culture and practice. Play the clip, James.
So we have to take out our shoes. Even Mr. Cummings have to take out his shoes to enter into the mosque. It's a policy, so.
Before we bring in Dr. Richardson, you guys were saying, that's a lie, that this, or you have seen the clip. I didn't make that clip. It was sent to me. I asked question. Her face. You see what her face was, Kevasa? You see the little face? The position of her face? Man, I respect Mr. Cummings too much. He should get rid of those that are traveling with him.
She's also a security officer.
Yeah, but security what, James? What?
She's one of his
sister.
Security officers.
She's a sister.
That even make it worse. So his security are his slaves.
I mean, I care less about security. I care less about you. She's a sister. She's a mother. Show good example. I want to hear from Aunt Teresa Cummings. I want to hear from the Chief of Staff, Mariah Kula. I want to hear from Ventura, that is running to be a senator for Monserrato County. I want to hear from our own Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, you got to talk on this thing. I want to bring in Scentsy, but you got to talk on this thing. It's making me to tremble, I'm getting goosebumps. I'm shivering right now. It's wrong.
You ready for me to start?
Go ahead, Dr. Richardson, please.
Okay, so first thing first, we are not going to compare the abuse of women in Liberia, the high rate crime in Liberia, and the neglect of children in Liberia by parents, particularly their father, to what just happened, what you just saw in the video. Of course, I have not had the opportunity to thoroughly review the video.
Oh, hold on. Please, play the video. We're not going to do this game tonight. No, James.
So we have to take out our shoes. Even Mr. Cummings have to take out his shoes to enter into the mosque. It's a policy, so.
Mr. Cummings needs to address this better.
And so,
don't do this, Dr. Richardson.
And so what
No. I'm going to personally send it to you.
What?
Right? That you can have it. No, Dr. Richardson, I respect you, man. I will personally send it to you. And I will ask you to have all your 2 hours to review it.
No. I'll tell you what I just saw. Once again, we are not going to look at this video and neglect the fact that women are being abused.
Is this video or you need video? Are you encouraging our females to tie Mr. Cummings' shoe? Dr. Richardson, you will not skip this one. Dr. Richardson, you will not skip this one.
Can I finish?
What? No, ma'am. No. If you want to moderate, you can moderate. I will say back.
When you finish
but you will not skip this one. Dr. Richardson, you are a doctor.
That's right.
You do this for a living for almost 20 years, and I respect you and admire you. But let's call spade a spade. You know very well, you are not telling our little sisters, you are not telling our mothers to bend over and tie a gentleman's shoe. A man that is able enough to tie his own shoe or to remove his own shoe. Is that what you're saying on the show tonight, Dr. Richardson?
No, what I'm saying on the show tonight is that we're not going to compare and simplify and minimize how women have been abused in Liberia, or anywhere in the world for that matter. We're not going to compare that to what we're watching right now.
Can you tell us about what we're watching right now? What's the description? What's the description of what you're watching? Is it good? Is this good, Tim?
I can't talk.
I'm not comparing. Stop playing with us, Dr. Richardson. You're good at words and you're good at writing stuff. Don't do this. Be very simple. What you saw in that video, Dr. Richardson, that's your own sister from Liberia bending over to remove Mr. Cummings' shoe or to untie his shoe. Talk to us about that video.
Yes. And you know what I saw in the video? I saw a homo man tapping her on the back and said, "No, don't do that. I can."
Oh, Lord have mercy.
I got this. I heard him tap her on the back and say, "I got
already.
I did. I see that. You want me to take a still photo of the part where he was tapping on the back and said, "Don't do this."
Dr. Richardson, you got a lot of people following you, Dr. Richardson. Don't do this.
A lot of people respect you too.
Richardson,
A lot of people respect you.
Dr. Richardson, don't do this. Kev Hassan,
let me see your still picture.
Kev, something, please.
Listen, Dr. Richardson, he tapped the lady on the back and said, "Thank you for putting my shoes on."
Kev, I never heard that.
He said, "Thank you for putting my shoes on."
Oh, so now they're putting his shoe on, they're not taking it off. They're putting it on. You see how you can lie?
What are you talking about? They came from.
What are you talking about? We talking about taking shoes off. We're talking about putting shoes on.
Listen,
the story is going.
Listen,
Dr. Richardson, I'm sorry. You talking to us, James?
Yeah, they were putting the shoes on.
Not putting the shoes on. Dr. Richardson, look at the woman's face. The woman's face is directly. Listen, James, I beg you. You know what you do for me, James? Take the picture of those things. Bit by bit, we'll play the picture. But before you play the picture, let's play the video one more time. Let brother. Hey, Scentsy, I beg you, Scentsy. Sorry to hold you in the studio. Let me bring the man on fire. Let's tell the man we'll beg him. Scentsy, I beg you, my man. Just hold on, I beg you. This is very interesting. This is
no problem.
Of our women and children. You know, women and children, you know, we got to speak to this. Say what you want to say. And you know, I don't hate Mr. Cummings, but I want to hear from the female, Chiola Gibson, Mariah Yakula, Muna Fahar, Dr. Richardson, Man Teresa, Man Victoria. Let them come up to say it's okay for this sister and every sisters and every girls and every women in the country to bend over till you see the back and the face in the crush of another man, tying the shoe or moving the shoe. This is, you cannot defend this. Kev Hassan, talk to us. I will not take this.
You're not allowing me to
Kev Hassan, talk to us.
You know, I expect you, Dr. Richardson, you're always strong to protect women. I expect you to condemn this and say, our women, our mothers, our girls should not be putting on shoes for men. We need to do that. We need to get on our knees for our girls. We need to do that, not the other way around. What we're saying, we have seen a pattern with Mr. Cummings. When he went to Maryland, it was men that told him, put him on a hammock. We can show that part so the people can see it. Now he wants women to tie his shoes. That's consistent with the way Mr. Cummings wants to see Liberia. That certain people belong to that lifestyle. Tie my shoes, told me. That's the days of slavery. That's slavery days. We should condemn that in one voice.
I'm surprised that Dr. Richardson is not condemning this.
Because they're selective in that.
I'm not putting this on you. Dr. Richardson, I am not putting this on you. And all respect to you and my good friend, Mr. Richardson, I am not putting this on you. But with your position, you need to condemn this. The woman face. I want you to tell us where you saw the woman face in this video. Her face. Let me play this thing again for those of the folks that just joining us. Let me play it again, Kev. Kev, don't say anything. I'm begging you, please.
So we have to take out of our shoes. Even Mr. Cummings have to take out his shoes to enter into the mud. It's a policy, so.
Can I I speak, please?
And we,
instructed her to.
You're not allowing me to speak
The
today.
fact that Mr. Cummings instructed her to say, "Why are you down there? Please pick up my water.
please pick up my bottle of water.
Pick up my bottle of water."
No. Listen. Let me, that's a Richard say. That's a Richard say. If you laugh on this thing, I'm disappointed in you, my
No,
sister.
seriously, it's not. It's
Don't laugh.
Let me just say this.
Somebody's daughter is out there.
I appreciate
It's being beaten on. You, Dr. Richardson, you push Isaac door. Every one of you guys, and you guys did the right thing. Because Isaac door, directly or indirectly, his involvement in touching another sister was wrong. If it were true, how can you defend this? We can do this. I know we got a very serious issue to discuss, but this is more than any serious issue we should be discussing
Can I
tonight.
speak now?
Are you going to condemn this thing?
No, I'm not going to condemn it because
You think it's appropriate for Mr. Cummings to allow somebody? No, let me ask you. Let me ask you, please. Let me ask you. Do you think it's appropriate for Mr. Cummings to allow somebody to remove his shoe or tie his shoe?
Apparently, what you're saying is very different from what I'm saying. I saw Mr. Cummings.
You feel. So when you see me get angry, that's why. That's why.
Can you please take all your shoe and you allow me to
Put
speak?
this in another form. Put this.
Hassan, may I speak? You guys have spoken for almost 10, 20 minutes now. I have not said anything. First of all, first thing first, okay? First thing first, we cannot compare the abuse that Liberian women have been through. We cannot compare someone neglecting their children, okay? And someone making so much money in the country and lying to the court system in the United States, saying that I don't make enough money to support my children. That's abuse number one. We cannot compare rape being the second highest crime in the country to this situation. I saw in a video, and many others saw in a video, Mr. Cummings tapping this woman on the back and said,
"Thank you.
No, do not do that. Do not do that. I will take my own shoes. I will put my own shoes."
Dr. Richardson, you're wrong. Don't do this.
No, I'm not.
He's tapping a woman to say thank you. Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, do you see Mr. Cummings speaking? He tapped. No, but don't do this, Mama. Dr. Richardson, I beg Dr. Richardson. He tapped on a woman back to say thank you.
No, she did not.
Thank you. Don't do this, Dr. Richardson. Let's open the phone line. Let our people out there. This is not our culture. This is unethical. This is not Liberia we try to represent. This is not right, man. Come on.
Yeah, give me a chance to
For us to be selective in what we see, what we hear, and agree that it is okay for the female to bend over and tie Mr. Cummings' shoe. Look at her face. Her face went into Mr. Cummings.
Different things to Mr.
You can't do that, Dr. Richardson.
I know that you're so threatened by Mr. Cummings' presence.
No. I know you're not talking to me because Mr. Cummings, don't threaten me. Don't do that.
You guys are so threatened by his
It's not the
presence.
point. I know you want to spin, but you can do better than that. Dr. Richardson, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, my dear sister. You know very well. Are you approving what is on this clip? Do you think it was a good thing?
What I approve is the respect for all women in Liberia. I approve men taking care of their children, okay? Not men lying.
We're not talking about men taking care of children. We're not talking about that. Are you approving what you see on this tape for a woman to be removing that Mr. Cummings? Stop, Dr. Richardson. Don't do that, man. Don't play that time with all, man. Don't play that time with all. You have no explanation on this one.
At the abuse
Let me come to you, my brother, because I think let's do us a favor, Kev. Let's try to save Dr. Richardson tonight. It will be better. You should have given Dr. Richardson a warning. Okay? But we're not talking about that. Dr. Richardson, it's okay. It's okay. We understand your position tonight. It's okay. We understand. We know it's a very tough thing to talk about for you. But you know what? Kev Hassan, let me come to you, my brother.
But I only you in Kev show today.
But you finished talking though. I say it's okay.
No,
I want to ask Kev
you're
question.
not allowing me to
I
speak.
want to ask Kev question, my dear sister. Kefiko, you know sometimes I get very, very angry with you, to tell you the truth. But I can tell you this, Kev. Above all else, you always show that Liberia women comes first. Above all else. I am not a sedition. I am not part of CPP. I am not part of any opposition. But what I saw on that video today, Liberian women begin to think and double think that they will not make a mistake to allow themselves to be enslaved by a man. They will never make a mistake to allow themselves that they can scratch between the man's toes, except that's your husband. That they can take on another man who have no relationship, but just remove your shoe, tie your shoe, hold your water, even if you're security. Is this where we are taking Liberia, Kev? My question to you, brother, is this where we are taking Liberia, my brother?
Please allow me to speak when you're done.
Kev, oh my God.
Well, you see, this is not a funny thing. This is a serious issue. I always say to you, Mr. Witherspoon, what are the alternatives? Where are we heading to? Now we will beat on this, we beat on the government, but look at the alternative. Are we going back to that slave and mentality? Are we going back to the days that our women will be subject to tying men's shoes? Men will be throwing another man. And when you talk and they will tell you, I will go after you. If you say anything again, I will do this to you and threaten you on air. Are we going back? We have to, we don't need to ignore those warning signs. Sometimes we ignore the warning signs. This particular tip that you show, she bent down, tying his shoes, and tap one on the back. Go and watch those slave movies and see when black people, black women tying shoes, and the white man will say, thank you, on your back, tap you. That's what they do.
You really stretching it out, Kev.
That's what they do.
You stretching it.
Mr. Cummings is from that school that is certain people belong in a certain area. Mr. Cummings,
you know, I would, Kev, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I would speak to Liberian tonight on this issue. I beg you, Kev, because we got to go on. I'm discouraged. I'm disappointed. And I want all Liberians to hear us. If this is the path Mr. Cummings have decided to take, it's a wrong path. Liberia will not stand for it. Liberia will not tolerate it. Say what you want to say. You cannot enslave our sisters, our mothers. You cannot do this. If this was done, mistakenly, I think Mr. Cummings need to address it. His team need to address it. If this was done in a time in which it took them by surprise, they need to put all measures in place to prevent this. But should we believe this? This happened before. We saw our brothers, young men, they put Mr. Cummings in a hammock and they took him around. We are not Great Britain. We do not have a king. We do not have a queen. We are the Republic of Liberia. This thing needs to stop. We cry every day as folks move ahead. We cry every day. You found folks talking about domestic slavery. They call themselves queen, and they take country men, country boys and girls from the interior under the pretense that they will send those country boys and girls to school. And then they will go ahead to enslave them. They will wake up early in the morning to bathe the children, find food for the children. The children are going to eat. They're going to eat. They'll wake up early in the morning to set the master day agenda. But yes, the issue though. And after it is all said and done, they send that child right back in the kitchen. Iron my clothes. Prepare my meal. The children that come from school, take care of them. Get them ready for bed. This is not investing in the people. This is not investing in the people. So what you want to say? But this needs to stop. Those days are over. I think ANC Chairman Mr. Cummings need to address this. I think Louis Brown need to address this. Chief of Staff Murari Yakula need to address this. We are not insulting anybody, but this is the truth. The videos are there. 2 times. 2. And probably more to come. How can you defend this? How? 2 times. It happened in Harper. They say, oh, that was the culture. They just wanted to do it. How can you defend this one? Mr. Cummings is running to be president for Liberia, not to enslave the women. Mr. Cummings is running to be president for all, not for some. Not only Mr. Cummings, all political leaders should be mindful. The people will not vote for you if you're on this path. You need to address this and you need to correct it. Don't come on the live feed and say that's a lazy argument. Not because you're in America, you think this is good because it's Mr. Cummings. This is not good. It's bad optic. This is not lazy. This is a very serious issue. This is not good at all. I think Lafayette God, the counselor, the Antonin God, should address this. Somebody from the Cummings camp should clean this mess up. They should clean it up. You guys are around Mr. Cummings. Well, sometimes you give him wise counsel. Don't sit there and this thing happen. Whatever the occasion was, Mr. Cummings went ahead to sympathize. Whatever the occasion was. But how can you come back and can tell us, say, oh, he didn't know, oh, the woman didn't tie the shoe, oh, this is not about you taking care of your children. We pass all that, man. We know. But let's talk about what happened on that video. And I will show this to Liberian over and over and over again. I will tag this video to the one Mr. Cummings was in the hammer and let the Liberian people see it. They need to stop this, man. Not because the lady working for a little hustle, she's trying to take care of her family. And you're going to present her like that? I respect you guys a lot. I joke with everyone, all the female, most of them, because I respect them. Don't even call me sir. Don't call me sir. Just say Stanton. Let me show some respect to our sisters. All the talk Mariah can talk. Then she can't defend this one. No, seriously. I'm dead serious. And I'm Mariah time that she calling 1-800 number. Time that she calling left line. She calling somebody for somebody to go there. And she can't talk now. Somebody is something playing. Dr. Richardson, can you please mute, please?
I'm sorry. The
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's sounding. Well, just mute. I'll bring you on, Dr. Richardson. So you know, Mariah can go ahead and do all the plenty of talk unless she can't talk, unless she can't defend this one. Seriously, Mr. Cummings is not a god. Some of you guys even taking Mr. Cummings to be more than a god. If there's a mistake, clean it up. Look how you guys need to stop. This is wrong. I see the counselor in the back, or Shagu. I'm going to bring it on. Your Liberian, yeah, what you have to say, because we'll be bringing.
Actually, I want to clarify something before.
Yes, you will, ma'am. I will bring you on.
Okay, thank you.
That thing that playing in the back, it looked like, I don't know.
Does that mean you need to go put yourself on mute?
No, we're good if we meet you. We are very good.
No, when I speak, when you get muted, we'll be fine.
Okay, so just hold on. Let me mute you a little bit. Then I'll bring you on once we bring in counselor. Then I will mute. So we're gonna play this because I think the counselor having some internet problem. He's off again. Maybe they are sending Risha Good to clean this mess up. And Tiogu, we appreciate you following us. If today is the day that you don't want to follow us because we talk about Mr. Cummings, you can change the channel. But want to say this, we'll talk about this because those on the radio land listen to us. And this is wrong. Somebody bending over. Not only anybody, but a woman. If Mr. Cummings is a handicap, then you'll let us know. We will put ADA mechanism in place to accommodate Mr. Cummings. But we cannot allow this. This is wrong. And women should speak on it. Victoria Kwekwe should speak on this. It's wrong. Borar Yekula should speak on this. It's wrong. Mona Fah should stop joking, but with her, everything that's a joke anyway. But it's wrong. Tiola, with all her plenty talking, she need to address this. It's wrong. Dr. Richardson, you're on the show. You gotta speak truth to power because it's wrong. And that's exactly what we need to say. If Orisha will come back, we'll go. I'm gonna play this again, and Dr. Richardson, you can speak because we need to move on. And I'll play this again tomorrow as our intro on the show as well. There you go.
So we have to take out of our shoes. Even Mr. Cummings have to take out his shoes to enter into the mud. It's a policy, so.
Dr. Richardson, you'll have your time to speak, and from there we'll go to Kef Hassan, then we'll bring in Scentsy.
Thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to speak about this. Liberians, you watched the video, and we have seen only the part of this video. And some of my colleagues on this show would like to sort of tie this video into abuse of women. But you know what the abuse of women situation is in Liberia. We have two men on the show who would like to tell us women about how we are being abused in Liberia. We know that rape is the second highest crime in Liberia, and this government has done nothing about it. We know that since this government took place, got into power, the rate of children selling in the street increased. I've seen it. I've been there. I was in Liberia doing a training, and I heard stories from women who told me, and in fact, there's a tape of Moluba Molu out there, George Solo out there, who said that women in Liberia have to have sex with leaders of this government before they even get a job. Our young boys are also being abused, in order for them to get a job in the country. But yet and still, our two esteemed moderator and panelists on this show would like to come here and tie abuse to Mr. Cummings, and we know very well. And we saw the video. You guys watched the video, and I'm happy that many of you who are commenting are saying that you saw him tap this woman on the shoulder and said, I got this. I'm taking care of this. I saw him even bend over to fix his own shoes. So I don't know where this is coming from. It is obviously a sense of threat about Mr. Cummings being in this race. They will come and throw everything, including the kitchen sink. But we're going to move steadfast with this race. We are in the race to stay, and we'll continue to call this government to book on all of the wrong things they're doing. And I'm here to stay here so we can talk about important things like the water and sewer situation. We have Scentsy Morris, who's the guest today. So Liberians, you know exactly the status of women in Liberia, and we will talk about it. Thanks.
Kef Hassan, please.
Sometimes people out there who think when they see me angry, they think, oh, maybe just get angry. But because of this kind of thing, When people say, Kefa-san, why are you not objective? Are they objective? CEO, the male security was standing there. There's some male security there. He asked the male security. According to what I'm receiving, it's not the first time that lady tied his shoes. That's an ongoing thing. The male security there. But for folks on the ANC side who condemn Isaac Doe, who condemn other people, will back this and say, this is good. Mr. Cummings should keep on doing this. That's the Liberia. But again, so you know why they will not condemn it? Because they believe in that is Mr. Cummings' vision. They believe in the vision of Mr. Cummings. And that part of Mr. Cummings' vision. That's why my dear sister will not condemn it. She will not. Even though within her heart she don't like it, but she will not condemn it. Because that's Mr. Cummings' vision for Liberia. The men will tell you. The women will tie your shoes. The women belong in the kitchen. The women don't belong on the high table. The women will not take part. No. And when we say the women, he get his class of women that will sit with him. Do you think, CEO, Mr. Cummings will ask Moriah Yakula to tie his shoes? No. She's a lawyer. She educated. She big time. But that poor woman, that market woman child, will tie my shoes. Hey, man. You think Mr. Cummings would tell Teola Gibson to tie his shoes?
Not even Dr. Richardson.
I'm coming there. You think he would tell the doctor, Dr. Richardson, the professor, to tie his shoes? No. Matter of fact, there was no table or prize at the fundraiser for that market woman. Have you ever seen Mr. Cummings travel with any of those guys? That woman, have you ever seen Mr. Cummings say, okay, you my security, let's travel, let's come? Have you ever seen Stanton with us where you have empowered people? Have you ever seen Mr. Cummings? Not even his website, he gave it to a Liberian. His home he living in, Liberian, were working on a home, he fired them and hired a Lebanese company. What we need to know. So have you ever seen Mr. Cummings asking any of the other elites to tie his shoes? No, because they're up there. But that market woman child.
Kev, let me tell you something, Kev. Let me say this.
My shoe.
I beg you, Dr. Richardson.
Well, y'all not giving chance to like that.
Dr. Richardson.
That's why we come out. That's why we fighting. I told you yesterday. This is why I fight.
Dr. Richardson, you just spoke.
I fight.
Kev, hold on 1 minute. Kev, hold on 1 minute. Dr. Richardson, you just spoke.
Yes, but you guys have spoken more times than I have. Every time yes.
Go ahead. Then I will speak.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. And I hope that I do this without any interruptions. Kev and some others on this platform would like to present this narrative to us Liberians, the us versus them narrative. That's the theme for the day. But I know you Liberians, you know better. You know better. All right. I've been in Liberia. I stand side by side with you. And I know that you're not going to buy what Kev is saying, trying to talk about market women, children, versus somebody who's educated and versus who is not educated. Mr. Cummings is fighting for a new Liberia and many other Liberians out there. We want to move Liberia forward, okay? We want to hold each other arm in arm and support each other no matter who you are, how you born. Our history are so intertwined. All of us have intertwinedness in us. We belong to different organizations, but we support each other. Kev will come on this show today and talk about, oh, this person want to enslave this person thinks that this is slavery time, but he will not talk about the abuse of women that occur in this government, the government in which he supports. He will not talk about how his president, okay, had a lawsuit in the United States where he lied to the court system and said that he made certain amount of money that was not capable of him supporting his child. He will not talk about how the children, the women in Liberia that I heard firsthand tell me, sis, in order for us to get jobs ourselves, we got to sleep with some of these men. He will not tell me about how some of our boys, our young boys, in fact, when I was conducting this training in Liberia, and I was hearing from women, and someone pulled me on the side, a couple of boys, and they said, no, please include boys in your training, because the boys in Liberia are also being abused by leaders in our country. And you know what I mean, right? When I say leaders in our country, these boys cannot get a job without having sexual intercourse. And I'll be very clear with you, because this is what Kev have brought us here on this show. This is where we're going on this show here today, people. I'm sorry that I have to break it down like this. But yes, these boys are selling their bodies in order to make a living. When was the last time there was a law put in place to have a systemic practice of children not being in the streets to sell? If Kev was so concerned about, the children of Liberia, women rights, he would have emphasized and support his government, his president, to sign a law in the country where women would be a part of his government. Women would play active role. Yes, the gender parity law was passed, but has the government ever spoken on that to show a pathway? How many women are represented in his government? Do we know that, the current government? So let's not come here and kind of tie the abuse of women. It's disturbing to me. It sickens me that, I will have two men on the show with me talking about the condition of women and the abuse of women in the country. It sickens me. And to talk about this us versus them, we are tired with it, Liberians. Let them know. Comment in the comment section. When they open the phone now, let them know that we are tired with this us versus them narrative. We heard this enough. We want our country to move forward. And in order for us to move forward, we will no longer accept them to bring this kind of divisive talk, this country versus country talk that they always like to talk about. We will not accept that, Liberians. We are not accepting that tonight on this show.
Okay, are you done, Dr. Richardson?
Yes, thank you very much.
You're quite welcome, Dr. Richardson. Let me say this again, and I will say this patiently. I'm totally disappointed in Mr. Cummings and those folks that are defending what folks are saying on this video, on this clip. Seriously. I got nothing personally against Mr. Cummings. But this needs to be addressed. I am ashamed to hear my sister, Dr. Richardson, defending what is in this video. Amen. Hey, Lord, have we come to the place in our life that we would just see wrong? But then, never ever in your life you should accuse Kev Hassan for defending George Manawea, the president. Never ever in your life that you should accuse him of what you believe is right for Liberia, but yet and still you think he's speaking opposite to what you believe. Don't accuse him. Because I was said to Liberia, though, everybody that defended Mr. Cummings and ANC today, they will be the Kev Hassan of tomorrow if Mr. Cummings is in power. Everyone that defending Mr. Cummings on this video will be the Kev Hassan of tomorrow if Mr. Cummings is in power. Oh no, he didn't say that. Oh no, it wasn't Mr. Cummings. Oh no, it was the sweeper. Don't put, listen, we shouldn't create for ourselves another Donald Trump that told his fellow Americans to go and drink bleach to cure your COVID. It's sickening. Everyone that defended Mr. Cummings in this video that belongs to CPP or ANC, they should say it was wrong, and Mr. Cummings should go ahead and condemn it and to show our Liberian sisters and mothers, women, that that would never happen under the Cummings administration. Be very careful, Liberians. They will be the Kev Hassan of tomorrow. You accuse Kev Hassan, but these folks will be the Kev Hassan of tomorrow. They will be seeing red and calling it yellow. They will see black and say white. This is wrong. This is wrong. You know, I don't want to waste my entire time on the show today, but I have to. Because you know why? The videos speak. When this happened some time ago, let me say this to folks. I'm not just talking because I want to talk. When this happened some time ago, people say, oh, this was Mr. Cummings in a hammock. This was Mr. Cummings. Or Sanchez, babies running behind him, and they have seen the gall have arrived in the village. This was Mr. Cummings. They came and said, you know why? It was the people taboo. You know why? It was, okay. We gave them a little pass on this. For the people, children to be in school, they're running beyond Mr. Cummings because the gall from America is in town. He's in the hammock. He's riding, not on the hearse, no, but humans, Liberians. It's like we're back in 1847. It's like we're back in 1822. Oh man, the women are come. Hey, the men have run Coca-Cola. People say the men are own Coca-Cola. He has come. Children, babies, not in school, clapping for Mr. Cummings. And imagine, look at Mr. Cummings. He put his hands together. His face, he just put it down. They gave him white handkerchief. Wipe your face, sir. You're the new king of Liberia. We discuss this. Everybody say, I don't want to discuss. Hey, I don't want to see it. But Liberian, be very careful. This is not anything about propaganda. This is the truth. Mr. Cummings needs to speak against these things, and Mr. Cummings needs to stop them. Those that are around Mr. Cummings, like Lafayette, Orasha Good, like Louis Brown, Toga McIntosh, Mariah Yakula, even Madam Mistress Cummings, Mount Teresa, she would not appreciate this. And today, we are here to say that the video came up. And
so we have to take out of our shoes.
Liberians, you decide. These are videos. These are pictures. I know that my old man, Pat Jackson, would say they come to cost me again. But it's okay. When I beat on CDC, ANC and CPP, clap for me. When I beat on CPP, Stand Up Barrel, CDC and UP would clap for me. When I beat on UP, that's how it is. We are just doing the right thing. Don't denigrate our sister. Don't enslave them. Don't change the mindset. They are beautiful women. They are beautiful people. If you want to help them, help them. Don't enslave them. Let's bring in our brothers in Tomorrow. Thank you for joining us. But I just want us to close on this. I want to bring in Orosha Good. He's in studio. I'm glad that he's joining us to clear this mess up. He needs to speak on this because this is not the comments we know. This shouldn't be the Orosha Good, Counselor Good that we know either. And I hope they apologize to all our female sisters out there. Apologize to them for such a video. Don't say because they blame Josh Man and we are for it, so you should do it.
No.
You say we are the alternative. ANC.
No.
You call yourself the alternative.
I think we're talking
So
about
prove
Africa.
it. No. That's what Richard saying. I'm gonna Rich Counselor Good now though. You know, you say you are the alternative, so prove it. Let the people see it. Let's bring in the counselor. The counselor Good. The counselor that always we are glad to have in you know, when Mariah and I around he come, but we want to hear from Mariah too. And I think Matt Teresa will speak on this. And Victoria running to be senator for Mercer County, she needs to speak on this. The women are watching. Thank you for joining us, Councillor. How are you doing today?
Well, thank you. I heard all the comments, and they're kind of very strange because this is not the Ellis Cummings that we know. I was opportune to have taken the tour with him today as well, and we were welcomed the places we went. So this is all news to me as well, you know, as to hearing people tying his shoes or taking all his shoes. This is not Ellis Cummings, but we know we are in difficult times. I mean, look.
Was that a good? Well, no. I understand you're going to do the spin because you're from ANC. I respect you, and you know that very well. I appreciate you. But looking at the video, if you have not seen it, I can play it for the 1,000th time. Looking at the video, though, what would be? Okay, let me play it again. Thank you very much, and I want you to see every part of it. Let me play this again.
So we have to take out our shoes. Even Mr. Cummings have to take out his shoes to enter into the mud. It's a policy, so.
That's the video, sir.
What are the questions?
Did you see the video?
Yeah, I saw the video. That's not an incident that occurred today.
Okay, no, it's not today. It's not today. Yeah. Okay, but you saw the video. It's some part last week. I think when Mr. Cummings visited part of Nimba County. That's the video. Oh, no, so let me.
The video is when it's in a mosque. I think.
Yeah. But let me say this to you, Orisha Good, Councillor Good. Let me say this to you. What's your take on this video, man? As it is right now, what's your take?
Let me say this and say this earnestly. The optics. I know that Mr. Cummings doesn't sanction this. If you see the video, you see clearly somebody needs help, and they're trying to, you know, get that done as quickly as possible to flow with the protocol. But the optics, given the fact that we had a situation that occurred in Cape Mount, the handlers, we were supposed to be much more mindful of all of those things. But if you look at the video keenly, you will see that somebody was trying to volunteer to assist him so that they will get on with those protocols quickly. This is not, this is not something that you want.
What happened with the optics? You said the optics. What do you mean by the optics? What happened? Talk to us about the optics of the video.
But this is what's happening now. We're having a debate away from the tangible issues, the much more substantive issues.
Did you see in the video? Did you see a sister, a female Liberian tying or removing Mr. Cummings' shoe, or she attempted to? Did you see that in the video?
Well, I saw somebody attempting to help.
No, not somebody. Not somebody. Did you see a man or a woman? You're a counselor.
No, I saw a woman.
Don't say somebody. Don't say somebody. Don't play that game with us, counselor. You hold people by the throat in the court of law. No, you hold people by the court by the throat in the court of law. You jam them. Then you want to tell Liberians you saw somebody. Did you see a male or did you see a female?
Senator, don't trivialize this. I'm saying I saw a female. I'm making it clear.
But now you say you saw a female. So you saw a female. No, Councilor. You want to fix this thing? Fix it. You saw a female doing what?
Give me a chance. Let me fix it now.
No, but let me ask you a question. You saw a female doing what? What was the female doing?
I saw a female attempting to help Mr. Cummings to remove his shoes because he was required to get into the mosque without the shoes. And that female, I recognize the female. This is not something I believe Mr. Cummings even asked for. But given the nature of our society, people want to help their leaders with all kinds of things. The optics of it is very bad. This is not what we want.
I just appreciate the fact that you said the optics is bad. I appreciate the fact that you're being honest with Liberian to that, Councilor, because for folks to come and say, well, nothing wrong with it, Joe Weah did this, Joseph Boakai did this, Stanton did this, that's not what we're talking about. And I appreciate you tonight. The optics.
Thank you.
It's bad.
Let me land now. Let me land. Thank you, though.
Yeah, go ahead. Land the plane.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say, you don't want this kind of visual in this major campaign like this. But clearly, if you watch the tape, you see his lips. This is not an assistance that he requested, so to speak. But you know our people, some of them being over exuberant, sycophantic, and wanting to help. Somebody just reach out and trying to remove his shoes, knowing that we have to be defending the optics of this for a couple of times. Ellis Cummings, you know, he's a very healthy man. He would have easily gotten down to his shoes. But this is a society we live in. We got to try to change. People want to do all kinds of favors for their leaders. And this is not what we want. But, you know, unfortunately,
I got another question for you before Kev come in. I give you the chance. Let me ask you this question. Because, you know, you're my man. And, you know, I can
I like you too.
But let me ask you the question tonight, though. If you said that optics were bad, Mr. Cummings didn't ask for it. Let me ask you a question. Did he ask for this one?
And let me tell you about this, because I'm on a trip. My friend, you know, like I say, in both of those scenarios, it's not something that Ellis Cummings asked for. But in a major campaign and given the history of our country, you don't want these things. Many times, you know, I used to play football, and one time I had a little spell at the Liberia Football Association as a secretary general there. Sometimes when players score a goal, people would pick up the player and carry him all around. People would do that in excitement and expressing things. When we got to Cape Man for this thing, people were like, oh, this is our leader. And that was their way of expressing, you know, their gratitude to the leader. But giving our ugly pass, this wasn't a good thing. We would have said no. Look, we went to the mosque today.
No. I still got a question on that, Councilor. So the people say, well, we're going to put you in a point. No, you're talking about today now. Let's go back to this one, Councilor. I know you're good at that. But so Mr. Cummings willingly walked over, sat in the Hummer as he saw them putting him on their shoulder and marching him through the town, correct? We cannot escape that, though. They didn't tell Mr. Cummings. They didn't restrain him. They didn't force him to get in there. He did it willingly. So fast forward to 2022. Come on, man. What have we learned? What have Mr. Cummings learned? Councilor, you say you were there, man. Come on. This thing
all
is
right, so look, we're a responsible party. When something occurs and it doesn't appear to be decent, given our past, we own up to it and we give the intentions and the rationale behind it and we move on. But let's not be distracted from the much more pressing issues that's facing our country. Look, I was to an event today where the woman was coming with the cola nuts, and she said, in our tradition, we cannot stand up to our leader to give the cola nuts. So she began to bow. And we said, no, stand up, please, because taking cue for these things, We said, please stand up. And she said, no. So we had to come down with her so we all be on the same level before it's being misinterpreted. These things happen. We have a culture, diverse culture in Liberia. People come with all kinds of things. Some of them sycophantic, some of them, genuine. But these are the nature of the thing. Ellis Kumi is not a man who would swing his leg up and say, remove my shoes. You see, the guy is very fit and very humble.
So
Some of these things come
let
back.
me bring in Kev Hassan.
It's a regrettable incident.
Because Kev Hassan is the only lone sedition on this show that we know. Let me bring him. Let you ask you some real opposition question.
Yeah, come on, Kev.
That's not good. You're trying to put some spin on this thing, but one thing I will commend you for to say the uptake is bad, so it's bad. But one thing, let's look at it. The first thing Mr. Cummings could have done, stop it, push back, and say no. Just push back. So he was not going to the mosque, he was coming out of the mosque. He should have just push back and say, no, don't tie my shoes. I can tie my own shoes. So when you look at everything Mr. Cummings doing, I stand to be correct. I think you said something about a mistake. If there's a mistake, then I think Mr. Cummings will do a lot of mistakes in Liberia. I think Mr. Cummings will be a mistake. Because a simple thing like this, you remember a photo, CEO, that Prince Charles jumped over the black man and shake the white people's hands? That was a
that's the king now. The king.
That's the king.
Charles.
That's the king. Yeah. That was a bombshell. The entire world, people got angry. Some people, that's it. Some country called the leaders. You have to come back. You have to come back. Because people are not having that anymore. The first one in Maryland, the second one, Councillor Gu, you're a lawyer, you're a counselor. You know what you always look for? Pardon. You make your case based on pardon. And you know that. So the pardon of Mr. Cummings shows who Mr. Cummings is. Maya Angelou said something. She said, if the person show you who they are for the first time, believe them. That's a quote from Maya Angelou. I guess because you guys know who Maya Angelou is, a great poet in America. Well, season she passed away now. The world listened to her. Dr. Richardson know who I'm talking about. She said, when the person show you who they are for the first time, believe them. And you know what? We believe Mr. Cummings. We believe who Mr. Cummings is. We believe he wants to enslave people because by his action. That's why we will share this tape around to the people of Liberia, and let them see that's what you want for your nation.
You're 2 minutes in, brother, yeah.
I know it's hard, eh? I know it's tough, right?
We forgot about you for a minute.
We gotta bring Scentsy. Yeah, we gotta bring Scentsy on. Give him a chance. Let the councilor go ahead.
So I'm asking you now. Let me ask you this question. Let me put it to me. You know me. If my daughter and you were there, by the way, Victoria were there. Victoria, who running? A female were there. Was standing.
We're gonna ask her. We're gonna ask Victoria. Seriously,
was standing right there. And Victoria allowed this to happen. If my daughter, right, was saying what time is Mr. Cummings shoes are you passing around? Will you allow my daughter to tie Mr. Cummings' shoes? If you were here, if you were passing there, you were there. Will you allow my daughter to tie Mr. Cummings' shoes? That's my question to you. That's my first question to you.
No, Kev, we gotta go. That's all your question. I gotta bring in Scentsy. I beg you because
Okay.
we passed 1 hour almost after this.
Honestly, knowing what I know and knowing that you are around to spin things negatively, I would have advised no. Kev Hassan is on Spoon Talk, and whatever good intention this may be, he will spin it. I would have said no. I'm sure the rest of members of the team, they're thinking the same way. So we would not have advised that. So that's an easy question. The truth is, you see that this is a humble man that people reach out wanting to help in all kinds of ways.
Why did he
The
show his
honest truth
humbleness
is,
in that moment? Why did he say?
wait now. I listened to you speak for 5 minutes. You can't let me answer you for 30 seconds.
Back. Tell it, no. What you do? That's it. No.
But you're not even tolerant to wait for an answer for 30 seconds?
CEO, please.
We gotta go. That's okay, Kev. Let him speak. Let Councilor speak.
CEO, you know similar thing happened to you with the old man in Liberia? What you remember what you did? You were sitting out together. You remember? When the Omar went down to her feet, you bent down. You said no. You remember that? Tell me you were there.
Oh man, we finished with this.
No, you said
with this
come
census
on.
business tonight.
You did that. You
They
did
say
that.
the census is on. It says ongoing.
You remember?
Okay, well, Kev, we want to say, listen, that's a good spin, Councilor. That's a good spin. We want to say, listen, we're going to talk about this. The videos out there is on Spoon. James posted it on our page. You guys can have it for free. All right. And what was amazing to me to see how my own Oma Ventura, she was there, and, encouraging the young lady to go and tell Mr. to remove Mr. Cummings' shoe. You need to fix this better. But I would tell you thank you for joining us, Councilor, and I appreciate the fact that you said the optic was bad. So I said thank you.
It was bad, and we have to move on. But this is not a person who intentionally wants to do that. This is the optics was bad. We'll correct.
But I don't know if you can say what our sister Dr. Richardson on the show couldn't say it. But I'm going to leave that for the people to decide. I'm going to let the people decide. I want to say thank you, Councilor Gou. Thank you very much. I want to see when they are fighting and yelling and calling lawyers, gender lawyers, and going after everything. But for them all to say at least what you said, the optic was bad, but we will do better next time. Come on, man. It shouldn't take everything in you. But Dr. Richardson, bringing Scentsy. We're going to talk about the Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation. I hope you can hang around because I want you to hear this if you can, Councilor. If not, that's okay. Won't be bringing in
we finished with the census?
No, we finished with the comments on now. We're going to census and Liberia Water and Sewer.
Okay.
So as we wait for
want to say thank you very much, Councilor. Thank you.
Let's bring it to the that's all. The reality.
Kev, you know what actually
just put me back. Keep on talking. Let me talk now.
You know what actually put me back there? I know we're going to recognize in Too Money Josh. Too Money and Ben said we say we should finish with it before they come on. Ben is right there. He said, well, man, don't bring me on. You're finished with that conversation first. But let me say this to you, though, on a serious note. Once Councilor Gou said that the optic was bad, Liberia heard them. Right? Anybody can speak. I care less. And I know Mr. Cummings is not crippled.
Oh, why the female? Why the female?
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I want to talk.
That's what I'm saying. No, but you have all the time to talk, but you couldn't say it. The Councilor will come and say.
Give me an opportunity to answer why I didn't say what he said. Because I know you two very well on this show. I've been on this show for a long time. Give me a chance to talk with you guys. I know how you have the tendency to want to put Mr. Cummings in a negative light.
It's not me. Don't do that. Dr. Richard say, I will interrupt you. I do not have a tendency. Dr. Richard say, correct yourself. I Center Witherspoon do not have a tendency to put Mr. Cummings in a bad spot.
Okay.
You shouldn't say that. If that's an error from your part. We are saying when these things happen, we should check Mr. Cummings. We should checkmate him because that would be the right thing to do. All right. I have the tendency to bring in all of Mr. Cummings' surrogate, over 6 of them, every day, every week, to make the case for Mr. Cummings. Don't say I'm trying to put it in a bad spot.
Okay,
Exactly.
let me
Liberia
just
people would disagree with you. But anyway, thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Let's bring in Scentsy Morris. No, that's okay, that's okay, Dr. Richardson. Let's bring in Scentsy Morris because Scentsy Morris is here from the Liberia Water and Swear. He's here to make his case because I'm so sorry, sir, that you coming in late because of other stories we had to discuss. We are joined by Dr. Francis Chinenwe, Kev Hassan, Sentiment and George, and the rest of the folks will be joining us. But we want to say thank you ever so much. Let's discuss the reason why you are here. We are getting the feedback. Yekezi, can you work on the feedback? Is that you, Kev? Thank you. So let's just talk. Let's just go ahead and talk. Sentiment, we got Scentsy. He's in studio, Georgie. We want to discuss. We're giving chance to do his intro. Then we'll ask questions as necessary. Go ahead, Georgie. Bring him in.
Oh, Mr. Morris, good to see you and welcome to the Spoon Talk platform. It's always good to engage folks that are providing services to our people in our country. And I want to thank you for your service at Liberian Water and Sewer Corporation. We've been hearing a lot of noise from that area of our government, and we'd love to engage you tonight to give us in our water and sewer. I know some time ago, 2 of your bosses were suspended. I think they stated something like that. But we're hearing noise that you come from water and sewer, so we will hear from you. Please give us some updates about what's going on at water and sewer. Welcome again to Spoon Talk.
Thank you very much, Sintomani. I appreciate the welcome. And let me first of all say thanks to CEO. I highly appreciate the fact that you could accept me on your platform. But just to be very frank, I have to say this: a lot of people follow me, and people keep testing me. When are you coming on? We going to bed, because about this time in Liberia, it's not normal to have a lot of people stay up. And so I want to also take this time to extend my apology for the length of time they've been waiting. I hope you can still bear with us and allow us to express ourselves on the show. It's an opportunity. This is a very big one for me. Let me say greetings to everybody following the show, and my wife and kids are up. They just sent me a signal that daddy, what's going on? We are still waiting. We want to hear you talk. So I'm here representing a family that is seeking justice, a family that wants freedom, a family that is currently in jail, political jail, and so I'll be asking fellow Liberians to join me at the end of the day to call on the president to kindly intervene on my matter at the level of the Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation. Thanks once again for allowing me on the show, Stanton.
You are quite welcome, sir. As always, we love to hear the stories. We Liberians love to hear what is unfolding in the nation. Your story been around for a very long time. Your situation. When I heard your story, I was trying to find the right time to bring you on. What you have sent me, documents, allegations, video clips, recording, and I think it's about time that Liberia hear you and the international partners as well. If we cannot complete this discussion, we sure will find another time to bring you in again. But as of now, we appreciate you. Let's have a wonderful show. What brought you in today?
So I'm in today because I have since realized that my rights have been denied, and I took a stand in my quest to want to see Liberia better. And our president took a decision to set us aside those he suspended. And I'd like to say to Tourmaline that two of my bosses are not the right way to say it. It was me and my boss, the managing director and the deputy for finance. The position that I have held since 2018. As a matter of fact, I was appointed on September 7, 2018 by the president. And according to the act that created water and sewer, I needed to go to the Liberian Senate for confirmation. And so after my confirmation, I was finally appointed by the president on the 13th of September to start my job for the Liberian people. And so I just like to put up that correction, my dear brother. So it was me and my boss that was suspended. And so Stanton, I actually came to studio today to take advantage of your platform, because I know that the war all over are tuned in. And I'm here not to attack. I am here not to spill out confusion. I am actually here tonight to talk to my fellow Liberians to join me, call on the President of the Republic of Liberia to look in my direction and see the need to intervene, that a Liberian family had been denied justice. And what do I mean? I got to water and sewer in 2018 with the hope that I come on board to help our president change things around, as we have since been claiming that the system had not been a good one. And so we came on the mantra of change to make it better. And so when I got on a job as a professional person. By the way, fellow Liberians, I am more than 13 years trained auditor. I have diplomas in audit appreciations. Scentsy Morris is a master's degree holder in public finance that understands financial management protocols. And so I would like to say to the public tonight that it was not a mistake when the president appointed me to serve in that capacity. And so when I got to the job, it was a lot more that I saw. Stanton, you won't believe, and I like to say this to the public, that a lot of trending issues are happening all around the place. You get to the job and you don't see system. You don't see controls. So I went to the job as a professional person. With my level of professionalism, I decided to see what was going on in the system before starting my real work. So I thought that I could do what we call a system review, system status. And I got to know that I had two departments under my control for the position that I was appointed to: the Department of Material Administration and the Department of Accounts. Stanton, you won't believe that I got to the job without a turnover note. Of course, such a position, anybody will want to see a turnover note to know where you're going to be starting from. Unfortunately for me, I never had a turnover note. I did not know where to start from, because apparently there was no system to track some of these things, or probably somebody just didn't want me to know what has been going on, and they just wanted me to start as a blind man. I began working as a professional person, going from one department to another under my watch. And Stanton, I heard a lot of things. And all I could say was, thank God that the president has appointed me. I think together we can work to ensure that changes are made. I started working from the 13th of November. Few months later, the system that I set in place to track a lot of things was being destroyed. And because of time, I would just like to go over it a little. I pray and hope that you will give me another time so that we can go deeper. But fellow Liberians, I saw a lot of terrible things at the job at Water and Sewer. So I put a system in place. For example, material administration was under me. And that department is responsible for taking charge of materials that were purchased to be used for the intended purpose. And what I heard from those working in that department was that any of the heads of the institution could just go there and take anything at their will. What I heard was that the head of the institution would just go, for example, and take few supply that's supposed to be used for the institution to his private property. So I began to wonder why people who play with assets that's supposed to be used for growth and development in the institution, especially in the interest of the state. So I set controls. Stanton, soon did I know that the control I set was an affront to my boss and to the other guys who were doing it their way. So the first thing they did was
I'm sorry, your boss name? Can you just call their names?
Oh, Mr. Dwayne Kamara is the
Okay.
managing director for Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation. So he saw my stance on introducing controls to alleviate some of the wrongs, some of the improper way of doing things. He saw that as an affront. So the first thing the managing director did was to issue me a notification that the Department of Material Administration was no more under me. I was like, wow, which kind of system is this? That to change something like that at that nature, it requires bold resolution because there was a system in place. Every department, look, Stanton Water and Sewer is in such a manner that the president appoints a managing director and 4 deputies. And each of those deputies control a division at Water and Sewer. And so for me to see my boss sending me a notification that one of the departments under me have been removed or have been moved to another person, I started wondering. And when I went deeper, I discovered that it's because of the control that I set in place. Stanton, as I speak to you, I don't know whether that is done now, but up to the time I got suspended, Water and Sewer had never had an accounting system to account for transactions. That's why when you look at the GSE report that I sent you, there are 2 reports that I sent you. And fellow Liberians, you can go on the GSE website. You will see those 2 reports. The first report is the 99K that I blew whistle on as a case. The second report is the comprehensive report on the entire system. When you look at that report, Stanton, you will see how the GAC referred to Liberia Water and Sewer as financially indisciplined. You will see how the GAC spoke about financial statements that were not even signed. And I am here to tell my fellow Liberians that the GAC was correct when they said that financial statements were not signed, because Scentsy Morris could not pen his signature on financial statements that were improper, a lot of material misstatements. So I said, I will not sign. And so the GAC was correct to say the financial statements were not signed. So because of time, Stanton, I would like to move further to say that
let me just hold you, because I want you to explain. I want you to give more details, but allow us time to present those exhibits, play those videos. I mean, those clips that you send that Liberians can see and ask you some questions. So you can go ahead, please.
Yeah. So before you play what I sent you, now what I sent you to play had already been played, but that had been many months ago. Those are the clips that I used to blow whistle. So what you're going to be playing are the very same things that we used to blow whistle. So honestly, I would like to inform the public that those are not new clips, but just to bring your mind back at fresh so that you know exactly where we came from with our whistle blowing. So what I was saying is that when I saw all those things, I made extensive effort internally, raising red flag. I got dozens of pieces of evidence to that effect, to the board of directors, to come in and help solve the problems. And up to the time I got suspended, nothing could happen. And I am the deputy managing director for finance. To be working in an institution and you will be responsible to face audit tomorrow, and somebody is doing some terrible things, or my boss is doing some terrible things, and I keep writing. Look, let me tell you, Stanton, I was so grateful to one of the board members when that fateful day she called me on the side and said, Scentsy, you have complained. We have tried. And it seemed like the MD is not a listening leader. So the best you could do is to begin to start preparing yourself for what your tomorrow will be. Stanton, I got to be very frank to the public. I was so afraid about some of the things that I saw, and the tip that I sent you that I used to blow whistle, fellow Liberians will hear the tip, and you will now know why I had to do that. And then the public opinion will judge what I had to do that. So before we get to the tip, Stanton, or probably you may play the tip from the LBDI to prove to Liberians how I was called as the deputy managing director for finance to authorize a transaction that I knew nothing about. Are you there with me, Stanton?
I'm here. We listen to you. If you're ready, we can.
To authorize a transaction that I knew nothing about. And only to say, kindly allow me review the documents before I authorize. Today, I am suffering 18 months, Stanton. Me and my family have not gotten a down. As a family man, 18 months.
I understand, Sensei. Let me say this. I understand you played this before. I understand it have happened before, but we need to play this for our audience because every program have their own audience. We
Yeah.
need to play this for those that listen to us now. Show those exhibit as you have sent them to us. So we need to do this. It will be appropriate to do so.
Mm.
People
Okay,
want
very
to know
easy.
who. Yeah, go ahead, Scentsy.
Yeah, Mr. Morris, because you said because of time, I just want to jump straight into it.
Okay.
My understanding is that your problem came about when the managing director of the water and sewer issued a check to be transferred overseas, and when it got to the bank, at the central bank, because you're the controller, the bank
Mm.
had to contact you to get whether you find out whether you authorize that check and so forth. And
Yeah.
how much was the check in question?
So let's play this. It's
So,
right here.
so,
We
so,
got an audio. We got an
Money,
audio.
let the
Let's see.
CEO play because that
Yeah.
tape is
Okay.
already to the public. But let the CEO play it for your listening audience, and let the public judge why I had to.
I'm calling from LBBI. I'm there with the call. You're calling from LBDI? Yeah, I called this morning to confirm 2 manager check and a transfer form. But the person I received the call said they were calling me back. Well, this is the DMDF. This is the office of the DMDF, the deputy performer, the controller. And this is my first time receiving call. I don't know about what you're talking. Okay. Okay, then you can. I can say. Yeah, please give me the information. Okay. I called to confirm a transfer of $99,820.48. Liberian dollars. Come again. Liberian dollars. US dollars. 99,000. Okay, go ahead. $99,820.48. Okay. Then 2 manager check, one for $180, another one for $12,916.06. All right. Just give me 1 minute. Let me go down to. Let me call my accounts people here because I don't know what you're talking about sincerely. When they took that to you this morning. Yes, sir. All right. Let me get to them. Yeah, I wait your call because you said the first one is 99,000, right? Yes, 99,000. But it does not have a purpose. Let me see purpose. Yeah. Payment in favor of Hajo concert. They said the payment is in favor of water and sewer. Yeah, the payment is in favor of water and sewer or in favor of another entity. It's our transfer going out of the country. Let me see where country we come to. So let me just do the filing out quickly and call you back. Yeah, please. All right.
Georgie, go ahead, sir. That's where your question was coming from. Scentsy George. Hold on, Scentsy.
Okay.
Somebody, you want to continue? You heard the clip, Georgie. Go ahead. You are muted.
Say, so Mr. Morris, you are the controller for water and sewer, and you are in charge to authorize checks that go out of the entity. But a check went to the bank to be cashed with all your authorization or your knowledge. And so who issued the check?
Thank you, my dear brother. And so I'd like to inform the public that in 2019, I was privileged to form part of the delegation at Springs meeting. And we were seeking funding for the Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation. And at Springs meeting, we were successful in getting up to 30 million United States dollars to come and change the infrastructure of our Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation. When we came back, and while we were there, a lot of things were discussed behind the scene about how, hey, Mr. Man, don't forget you're going to be audited after 12 years, so you should know exactly what to do. and blah, blah, and blah, blah. My upbringing will never allow me to want to do the wrong thing. As a matter of fact, this is a professor of accounting. I teach accounting at the university. I teach ethics. So I just wanted to help my president succeed in that sector. So for me to be that critical on accountability and transparency issues, my dear brother, Sintimani George, now you know why I was booted. So a lot of things began to happen. Look, let me inform the Liberian people tonight that I am in an official signatory to the project accounts. And that was the reason why the lady had called me. Prior to that, there had been a cartel that learned to say that, hey, when you get our stuff, you don't call the controller. My information that I got was that the lady who was always receiving those fundings or those kind of transactions had gone for vacation. And the new lady that came in did not know about the cartel. So if you monitor the recording from the beginning, she said, I called this morning and the person said they were going to call me back. She had asked a few questions and the person was afraid because this person had always been answering like they are the deputy for finance.
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm getting confused.
Yeah.
Help me understand, please. And I know this story been around for a long time. If we can just answer the question to the question, we get some better understanding. It just if we do not complete this program tonight concerning your allegations, we can bring you back. So let's just take it step by step. I'm kind of like I want to compose myself with my question, but I'm all over the place now. So Timothy, you want to ask your first two questions, then we'll go to Dr. Richard.
Who signed the check? Who authorized the check? Who signed the check and to whom it was to be paid to? And then you also talk about the spring meeting. Who all attended that meeting and who's the cartel you talk about? In quite a names, please.
The meeting was attended by a host of senior government officials that the Minister of Finance had, and representing Liberia Water and Sewer was the managing director and the deputy managing director for finance because we're seeking funding. That was why we went to the spring meeting.
So who signed the checks?
So the checks were signed, but actually it was a transfer.
Who signed the checks?
The managing director and the project director.
Their names?
The managing director is Mr. Donna Kamara. The project director is one Boyu.
Okay.
He is the one managing the project at the same time signing checks as a B signatory to the system. Why are you leaving out the controller who has never been a part of any financial activity since he got appointed 2018? What for? Because of my critical stance.
Okay, hold on now. So, Tumani, your next question.
Yeah. So, when that happened, my question is, how you got suspended from this incident or what? What was the main reason you were suspended?
So there have been many sticky issues, and I need to inform the Liberian people that the issue of the 99,000 was just a case that I used to blow whistle. But there have been many sticky issues. The 99,000 transaction was done about a year plus before I even blew whistle. But I blew whistle using the 99,000 as a case. So it brought disturbances. And the president, in his wisdom, decided to suspend me and the managing director to go to the GAC for investigation. And Stanton, I am still waiting for the GAC to call me for the investigation. It is going 17 months now. I'm still waiting.
Dr. Richardson?
So just for the record, can you confirm who is the chairperson of the board of directors for Liberia Water and Sewer Company? Can you confirm that for me?
Currently, the chairperson is Bishop Harris, George Harris of the Philadelphia Church. Prior to his appointment, we had a lady, Cabot Collins, who was the acting chair of the board of directors. So Bishop Harris got appointed on the same day the managing director was reinstated. And what is baffling to me is that how did it all happen when the young man is still waiting to to present his pieces of evidence at the level of the investigation? But hey, the investigation is over. So all that is happening now is just my suffering for coming up to blow whistle. And that is why I'm here tonight.
So thank you for being here tonight, Mr. Morris. So I'm going to go back to the tape that we heard. There were a transfer of 99,000 plus $99,820.48. Whose name was written on that transfer, and where was that? It was an our transfer, as we understand. Where was the transfer going to? Whose account?
So let me give you the historicity. First of all, the project implementation, because that was a project money for projects. So the project has an implementation manual. So the implementation manual states that any transaction above the threshold should meet the approval of the procurement committee. And Dr. Richardson, according to that manual, the managing director will appoint all other persons, but he will not appoint the deputy managing director for finance because the manual says he is a default member of the procurement committee. I am on this show tonight to say to the Liberian people that there was no procurement processes that I ever saw. How was a contract awarded? I'm so doubtful. Because if a contract is supposed to be awarded, I should be a signatory to that document. That's what the project implementation manual says, that was signed by the Liberian government and the World Bank Group. And I brought that manual here.
So Mr. Morris,
I can prove that to you. This is the manual.
So Mr. Morris, so that check in
Yes.
question, that check in question, if such a check is being issued, it should come from you, right?
Well, according to the system surrounding the expenditures from the project, the deputy managing director of finance must be in the know because that amount exceeded the threshold.
Yes.
And I can prove that to you right here in the project implementation manual.
So who all involved with that check, that amount? Who all involved with that transaction? Who think what the names of those who are involved?
The managing director, Mr. Dwana Kamara, and the project people. But when you listen to the second recording, the managing director called names, probably that Stanton will have to say.
Oh, yeah, that's not recording.
So,
Wow.
Mr. Morris, my question wasn't answered. Perhaps you can say at this moment you don't know the answer. I had asked you, there was an award down check going out, as you said. It was a check.
So I answered.
Where was this check going? Did you do any investigation? Do you know where the check was going? Whose name was on it? Was it going to? We know that it was going to an out-of-country account. Do you know what country it was going to?
So, to my understanding, there was a contract awarded to a company called Hydro Conceive for some works, for some service work. Because, like I said, I was never a part of awarding any contract to any company. I was booted out for my critical stance on accountability and transparency issues. So, the contract was awarded to this company called Hydro Conceive, and to my understanding, Hydro Conceive was being paid now, and that's how this money was being transferred to Hydro Conceive. And the bank was now calling the official person who's supposed to authorize such a huge amount according to the project implementation manual, that amount has exceeded the threshold. And my only concern was that, can I kindly review the transaction? And I will tell you the reason why forever that transaction did not come to me. Because you see, Dr. Richardson, I am a professional auditor as well. I would have stopped that transaction, reason being that I wasn't a part of any contract that was awarded, and the policy document is against that. Another thing, series of discrepancies have been leveled against this one contract, and the document is here. I sent Stanton, I sent you the auditor's report from GAC. And so I would like for us to look at those discrepancies that were named from what GAC investigated. Now, Dr. Richardson, you remember the Minister of Finance were on the show, and he said something about the Whistleblower Act, how the Whistleblower Act was in full swing to protect people who are blowing whistle. So I got so upset that night, and I decided to call on the show to ask the minister, how is the Whistleblower Act in full swing when Scentsy Morris is still waiting for 16 months? He cannot get justice. And you saw what happened on the show, and suddenly the CEO chose to cut me off so that I could have my time on the show. I mean, my dear sister, my rights have been violated because when a person blow whistle, the person remains protected.
Scentsy,
yeah.
Scentsy,
Yeah.
we're gonna come to that. You know, for me, I like the fact that, you know, the government, you know, let me ask you a question. Let me forget this. Which one of the entity out there as part of this government investigated this story?
Other than the GAC, you mean?
Yes, sir.
The LCC and, or let me say, firstly was the how you call it, the NSA. You know, when the whistle was blown, the public was concerned. What is happening at Water and
So the
Sewer?
NSA investigated
Me.
They investigated
And when
you.
the NSA saw my evidences, the NSA said, go and sleep.
Okay. Did they?
Then the LACC investigated us.
Okay. What was the LDCC recommendation?
So are you not aware, Stanton, that people were indicted?
No, I'm asking you. What was the LDCC recommendation?
No, Stanton. First and foremost, the LDCC conducted her investigation and did not give us the report. But at the end of the day, you heard that the LDCC began indicting people from LWSC on the same allegation that I raised.
So, again, I just want to, you know, for me, maybe I have no friends. I just want us to have a better understanding. The LDCC, Councillor Edwin Clamanton came out, you know, on 17 when he went over his press briefing. He came out, case number 3, investigative report into allegation of corruption and financial improprieties involving the Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation, LWSC. I'm asking you, you've been the whistleblower, you've been following the story. What was the recommendation from LACC to the Justice Ministry? Who names were mentioned?
So at the level of the investigation at LACC, the last indictment was just one person.
Who?
Because the first indictment had gone.
Who the one person?
The deputy for administration that he was indicted.
What's the deputy name?
Mr. Mosori Momo.
Mr. Why they couldn't indict the director proper?
So I'm coming now, Stanton. That's what I said. the investigation was in twofold. On December 15th, if you were to go on the LACC website, when the National Election Commission issue just came out, the chairperson for the LACC came up with a press statement that he had conducted the investigation of Liberia Water and Sewer and the Buchanan Port and has forwarded it to the Justice Ministry for indictment. So when you go to that particular date of the LACC, you will get to know that the indictment was sent to the Justice Ministry. Why it was there and being waited for, the LACC had completed the second phase of their
So on that indictment that was sent, who names are on that indictment?
So Stanton, what I know was that due to the evidences that were presented, not just about the 99,000, but evidences ranging from disappearance of World Bank field. Those are huge evidences that were presented. How the World Bank field got disappeared, how the head of institution had gone to business people. I think I sent you one document of 49,000. Those are all information that were presented to the LACC, and after their investigation, I am not the LACC, but what I know was that the managing director, the deputy managing director for administration, and the deputy managing director for technical services were all indicted. And
so let me hold you, Scentsy. I'm begging you.
Yeah.
The manager, deputy manager, but you are not 100% that you have a document to say they were indicted. Do you?
No, but I just told you that after the entire report was done, the LACC said they could not give us the report because they needed to send a report to the Justice Ministry for
understand
review.
that. I understand that, but you don't have anything like this to say Dwana name is on a paper, because we have the recommendation that was sent to Musa Dean on the 17th of June. When they make mention of LDCC, make mention of Late J's Agriculture, Planned Parenthood, and LWSC. My question to you: what a second recommendation from LDCC investigation? We do not have anything to show the name of Dwana, correct? Or do we?
So I will only be the person that will know that, because there is no document to justify that now. So, but I know because I went through the investigation.
Let me ask you my last question, because too many want to come in. Dr. Richardson or too many, one of them asks you, who's the chair of the board prior to you being a whistleblower? Who was the chair then?
Kevin Collins.
Who is the chair now?
The bishop from the Philadelphia Church, Bishop George Harris.
Okay. Go ahead, Sintumani.
Yeah, I'll come back to that check. Who are involved and who get a final instruction for that check to be transferred? Can you call the name of that person?
So, like I said, that was the tip that I used to blow whistle, and Stanton has it.
Oh, so on that table, the person that get a final instruction for the
you hear the managing director saying this person.
Yeah, how are you? Yeah, I just got something from the bank where your ID card is stopping the World Bank payment. They just got to me, so the Minister of Finance was concerned, but I've already authorized the payment is going on now. And then the bank president is aware. So we've already authorized, the Minister of Finance is aware. And they just wanted to understand why was it stopped, but I just saw your letter this evening. Yeah, it was just 9 days. And if there's fees that will incur on this, the government is asking that you will have to explain the reason why. Because if you had this,
I think I can explain the reason why. But you're not giving me chance. You're not giving me chance to talk.
Let me finish talking first, then you will come in, Sissy. Please. Okay.
Because I'm not afraid if you say I have to explain. So I can no, but MD, don't be putting fear in me because you know I will not be afraid. Finance minister can even ask me, I will tell him why. I'm not afraid of anybody. I can even tell the president why. So don't make it look like a fear. I give reason.
You are
Moreover, my intervention is only not just a day. It was just day before yesterday. The bank called me for confirmation, and I said I don't know about the transaction. So please refer the sender to me. So it was not something that I told the bank not to pass. No, they asked me for confirmation.
The impression the bank gave.
No. They asked me for confirmation. I said I do not know about the transaction. So refer the sender to me. Let me understand the nature of the transaction before I can confirm. So I'm yet to see the sender.
Okay, but
it was on the basis. It was on the basis of that.
I'm authorized then to proceed.
Where MD, it is. I wrote you to let you know about my involvement and how I wanted to see the transaction before I get any confirmation.
Next time, I beg you, my brother, hold your file. We appreciate such thing like this to let me know here. I'm gonna know we are working here fine.
I think I
see what you did. I appreciate your letter. That is good.
But how you say I didn't let you know now because I wrote you?
No, because everybody in the building say you told everybody say people came to me say you took money you deposited in your personal account.
Who said that to you? These are the gossips that we need to bring out. If somebody said that to you,
take care. It's all right. Thank you.
If somebody said that to you, then let the person be exposed because
I'm happy that you got the clarity. So wherever you went, you clarified it. Thank you.
No, I don't have clarity yet. And the fact that you
get it, no. Appropriate authority will respond to you. I like what you did and what's supposed to be happening.
Okay.
Anything you in doubt of, you're right.
All right.
Very good.
Okay.
That's how we're supposed to run this place. If you're not satisfied, you're in doubt of anything professionally, just put it on paper.
Yeah, that's what I've done.
This is where we're supposed to. This is when I saw it. I said, "This is what you've done, and this is the appropriate thing to do."
Okay.
But I've already authorized it. So just let you know that.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Let me ask you a question, Scentsy. Are you blaming the MD? Do you think the MD part of this stealing? Talk to us about the MD you serve under. Just the MD, not too long.
First of all, CEO and to our listening audience, I did not even accuse the MD for stealing that money. As a professional person, I was concerned about why such a huge money would be.
I understand that. We understand that. Yeah. We understand your concern, but talk to us about the MD you serve under. Who is he? Is he a criminal? Or is he working accordingly, constitutionally? Is he working in compliance with the law? Talk to us about the MD.
So the MD is not a respecter of the law. Not at all. Stanton, the thing I would have avoided for that transaction not to go through so that it can go through the proper way. The GAC report identified that this is the General Auditing Commission report on the 99,000 that you just heard about. And so if you would just allow us to go inside small so that the Liberian people can know what did the GAC say. Because don't forget now, the Minister of Finance came on your show and said that the GAC said in this report, since he lied. So I wanted to...
No, I understand all that now, Scentsy. I understand. Let's just get to the story now. This MD, you say he does not obey the law. Who is this MD? Liberia want to know. Is he a criminal? Is he stealing at water and sewer? Should he be there? Talk to us about him. Don't go back on the 99,000. GAC report is out there. You, Scentsy, you work with him. Do you think it was a right decision by the president that the president said go and serve at Liberia water and sewer? Is he a criminal? Is he stealing money? I will not use misappropriation. Is he stealing the Liberian people resources that come to Liberia water and sewer?
Firstly, Stanton, on this show, I would like to be careful with my words. The president appointed Mr. Duana Kamara as the managing director, and that was left with the prerogative of the president. I was also appointed there as the deputy managing director for finance to work with him so that we can improve the system. So at the point I blew whistle, that means I had given up that the managing director, will not in any way change the place. So let us look at the physical outlook of water and sewer at current. Are you not aware that there were a series of strike actions? And those strike actions were coming directly to me because I am the controller, where the employees know that we are going on the field and we are collecting money, but they could not get paid. As we speak right now, Stanton, water and sewer is owing her employees 7 months. And I tend to wonder, what will that mean for my government as we go towards
Are you
re-election?
accusing the MD? We know all the other stories, Scentsy. Are you accusing the MD, or are you accusing anyone at Water and Sewer that this is what is happening? Be that right. Forget about all the lecture now. Well, what's your problem with the MD? We'll come down the ladder. But what's your problem with this MD?
So Stanton, if you were to ask auditors in the land, people who you might be connected to that know about audit, there are 3 major factors that lead to fraud. And if those 3 factors are reflected in an audit report, it means that there's a signal of fraud. So why can't we look at what the GSC report say? The factor of opportunity, the factor of financial pressure.
That will not happen in the show tonight. What you say? Forget about the factor of opportunity. Is this MD or criminal? Is this MD or criminal? You said the people ain't get paid. No, listen, Scentsy. And that's how we can confuse the conversation. Be that right. You just said that people are not taking pay for 6 to 7 months.
Yeah.
I understand that. You still have an MD over there that working. You worked with him before. Are you afraid to say whether he's a criminal or he's not? Is he stealing the Liberian people money? Yes or no?
So Stanton, to determine a criminal is so easy. You saw the GSC report that says I did not sign financial statements. For me to come openly and say the MD is a criminal, I think from what I just explained, the Liberian people should be the judge. That's why this institution is still where it is. That's why the institution have not been able to pay 7 months.
Why can't you just answer the question? If this guy is a criminal, if you have found him stealing from the Liberian people directly, forget about the GAC, what is suggesting, the 3 cardinal rules there. No. If this man, because he's stealing the people money at water and sewer, that's why they are not getting paid for 6 to 9 months, say it. If you cannot say it and you want us to go through some intelligent for us to understand,
so let me provide this information. So I send you an information about the beer factory scenario where the MD will engage customers and tell them, say, you give me money. And the money will be prorated against their bills. And the money will not be passing through the financial system. But as far as the customer is concerned, their bills are being paid. And so if you want me to use that case, then I will tell you that it is criminal in nature.
But you just referenced a case. So let me give the guy a chance to answer. Too many you go that the richest in them.
Let's see. Based on the GSC report, the LSCC report, in my own the GSC report, in my own observation, I don't know why you on a job. I think you should be back to work. And why I don't know why the MD was calling you and it didn't call you back. So from what I'm gathering, somebody is something is happening. Something is not right. Something is not straight. Something is happening. That the MD going back to work and you not at work. I mean, I understand you. I understand. I know Liberia. Everybody gotta be mindful for their own safety and security. I know you can't say much, but I mean, for the benefit of the public, can you just speak and tell us why you think you are out of work? You still not haven't been called after 18 months, and you are doing the right thing for the Liberian people in the country and the MD. I mean, can you tell us just? I mean, I understand your safety and security, but I understand. But can you just tell us why you're not at work still and why the MD is back to work?
So, my dear brother Timothy, I'm grateful that you have taken a quick review of the GAC audit report. And you can confirm to the Liberian people that when the Minister of Finance came on your show and said that the GAC report says Scentsy lied, he even went as far as saying, now that we know that Scentsy lied, I think that is the reason why he's suffering the way he's suffering. So I don't know whether you are saying it to the Liberian people that according to the GAC report that you have reviewed, it is even more troubling, damaging, and indicting. Is that what you're saying to the Liberian people? Can you confirm that?
No, you're supposed to say that. Somebody's supposed to say.
No, but
You're making the allegation, my man.
No,
My man,
but
man.
start up Timali.
My man, stop. Listen.
Okay, so,
listen,
yes,
listen.
yes, you. Yeah.
And you know, when we invite folks on the show, we give them time to explain, answer question. We are not here to make up a story for you. You speaking to Liberians, Scentsy. Tell them what you want to tell them. If you speak in any term of being like intelligentsia person out there, the people will not understand. Be straight up and tell the people. If somebody at the place stealing, say it. If they accuse you falsely and you want to go back to work, say it. If there's nothing on the MD, don't waste our time. If there's nothing on the other directors and they just kick you out of there falsely, say let's go to bed. You know, I respect you and I've been talking to you. But the document you send me, I cannot present the document if you do not call for it. It's your document. So I will sit on the show all day and wait for you. But you know what? Let's bring in Dr. Richardson.
Stanton, can you allow us to go through the GAC report that was referred to as
the GAC report? You got to highlight what you want us to do because I think it's 68 pages. I don't have time to run through all those pages.
Not that, Stanton. We are on the 99,000. The recording you just played is 16 pages.
Okay.
And I just highlighted some things. I already have it. I just want to speak to the indictment of the GAC in that report that was being used to say I lied.
Okay, thank you. I will let James to get them ready. But let's bring in Dr. Richardson and Chairman Ben, okay? Dr. Richardson.
So, Mr. Morris, I am reading a report that I have in front of me here that make reference to the hydrosensil company that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
And in the report, it says that the payment by Liberia Water and Sewer Company to hydrosensil were not consistent with the contract terms. So the 90,000 that you talk about.
Okay? Sure, that's it.
Your report here is saying that
Dr. Richardson, please, can you tell the page? I want to highlight it if you can,
it's on page 9, but you know, we received several reports here.
Yeah, so I don't know. That's why I'm looking.
The one that is 16 pages long.
Yes, 16 pages, exactly.
So one of them is 16 pages long. It's on page 9.
So that's page 9. We'll find it. Thank you.
And in the comment that the GAC report said that the payment was not consistent with the contract, which actually asked that the payment be made into the first payment was 30% within 30 days after the feasibility study, and then the second payment in 30 days, and then the final payment was 40%. Is this what you are referring to when you talk about processing that you are not involved with? Is this what you're referring to? Because you said in your comment here that there were procurement processes that you were not involved with, And so you did not sign the documentation that are relating to the procurement of this contract. Am I correct?
Exactly. In fact, there was no means of my participation, so I did not even see the document till I got to know that payment were being made.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. So my
So
second
that
question to you.
okay, yeah, please go ahead. That origins. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, Scentsy, my second question to you, and I'm still reading this, a lot of documents, and Center is right for us to kind of internalize and to be able to ask you some really fair question here. You
Yeah.
said to us that you were aware of this $98,000 plus about a year ago, right?
Yeah.
And you also said to the audience here today that there were so many misappropriation, there were so many like procurement processes that weren't following your handbook or your laws, which you have in front of you there.
Exactly.
So my concern, I'm thinking, you waited for a year to blow the whistle. I just wonder why. Why did you wait so long? I mean, what happened? What happened?
Thank you so very much. I love such an honest question. So Liberia Water and Sewer is being supervised by board of directors. The board of directors of Liberia Water and Sewer has statutory members: the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Public Works. So I had been complaining to the board of directors on a lot of sticky issues, including but not limited to the institution not even having an accounting system. That was a weak internal control. And that's why when you look at the other report, you will see that I refused to sign financial statements because I was not convinced about the informations. No system. And the Minister of Finance is very aware that I made these complaints several times. And on one occasion, the Minister of Finance investigated the matter between me and my boss, even accusing him even telling him that you take responsibility of what is ongoing at Water and Sewer because you are an accounting professor, that your system does not even have an accounting system for your deputy managing director to work. It's a shame. So unfortunately, my dear sister, I had given up at the point I blew the whistle to tell you how I was so patient, fighting to solve this thing internally, but it could not work. And because I came to the job on the mantra of change to help my president succeed, I could not continue to live with the circumstances I found myself in. And since nobody was willing to help, I took the risks. So I just wanted to know whether the risks I took to reveal these things are the reasons why I have not been privileged to an investigation for 18 months.
So I have if Senator, may I ask a follow-up question? Okay. My follow-up question to you, Scentsy, and I've heard you say a few times that I spoke to people, I expressed my concern to the board, I can express my concern to the finance minister who investigated between us, but you stayed on the job. And I am struggling with understanding the mindset of somebody who recognize that financial impropriety was going on, inappropriateness was going on. You're an accountant, okay? Unethical behavior was going on, illegal issues were going on. You informed other people, nothing happened. They even included your name. I'm reading one of the reports where they included people who are responsible for management, Scentsy Morris, in the GAC report. This is the report that has 68 pages. So
Exactly.
you were even included as somebody who was financially inappropriate at the water and sewer company, but you stayed.
Exactly.
Yes, you stayed on that job. What kept you on the job? Why could you say, okay, my value system, my ethics of being an accountant, stealing's going on, illegal activities going on, I'm done, I'm out of here? Because obviously you see that you've been there trying to make things work. In the end, now we're looking at you right now. It didn't work. It's not working. You were not called back to your work. Other people were. So I'm just curious. Can you tell us what's going on in your mind, your mindset of, okay, I'm going to stay here and do this job?
So, Dr. Richardson, the Scentsy Morris you are talking to is a born sedition, and everybody knows that. And to have come on board to help my president succeed, and things had not been going in the right direction. All the efforts are made, nothing happened. I thought that probably when I blow whistle, I'll be given an opportunity to state reasons why I blew whistle. And when I got suspended by the president, I felt that that would have been an opportunity for me to go and state why I really did this. So, Dr. Richardson, it is so disappointing. And I wish the president of the Republic of Liberia is listening to me, that you give an instruction to an institution to invite me for investigation, to give reasons why I blew whistle. And this institution is taking up to this length of time. I have not been caught. So you know what I think? I think probably that somebody just felt bad about my action and choose to defend. Oh my God, I don't even know how to say this.
That's okay, Scentsy. Thank you for your honest response to my question. Okay.
So Ben, Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. Ben gonna take us home. Ben, you can go ahead.
I'm sorry for running late. I got stuck in some.
No, it's okay. You know, we just didn't give him the full 2.5 hours because we were discussing the tying shoes. Now we took his time.
So why would you tell the people that I said I didn't want to come on the Discord? Anyway,
that will bring you on. That will bring you on. That will bring you on.
I'm not gonna accept that from
you. Anyway. Once I said it brought you on.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Scentsy, it's good to see you. Look, I've been listening to the show, and so I've caught up. So I don't want to. I'm not going to sound redundant here. Couple of things I want to ask you.
Please do.
You keep saying, first of all, you were born sedition. You came to help your president, and let me ask you a direct question: are you on the show to get the president's attention to bring you back to LWSC?
No.
Okay, so that's no. The second question I have for you is, in the report that you're talking about, like Dr. Richardson pointed out, you are also highlighted in the report. And by the way, this recording that you play, I've heard before. And I remember we were on this show when we called for the president to suspend or dismiss Dwana Kamara. I think I don't know if you remember. I remember that recording very well. But this transfer, and it was, and I think, and I don't want us to take credit, but I think it was because of a lot of pressure that the president went ahead and suspended Dwana Kamara, and the investigation went on. So my question to you is, why do you think your president did not bring you back with Dwana Kamara if you didn't do anything wrong?
So I hope and pray that the president of Liberia is listening. Honestly, I don't believe that I was suspended by the president. And let me tell you why. I don't even have a suspension letter from the office of the president. That's one. Two, if the president suspends me to go through an investigation, which I'm yet to go through, how is it supposed to be that another person is now in my office?
So let me say this. So you are confirming that you're trying to get the president's attention.
So that I can face.
Is that the reason you are on the show? Because I have listened to you from the beginning. Even the issue of the 99,000. You first said it was a check, then you said it was a transfer. I listened to the call between you and the lady. You are the controller. If a transfer is initiated, you should be in the know. I also listened to you and the MD on the tape where you said, oh, you did not accuse on the tape. You said, the MD said, well, someone said that you said that I put money in my personal account. You said, oh, no, MD, I never said that. Whoever said that, they should come clean. So again, that is the reason why I keep asking, because I'm trying to get the gist of why you are here. Are you a whistleblower? Because if you were a whistleblower, GSC has already, or LSCC has already investigated this matter, haven't they?
You mean the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission?
Well, GSC or LSCC, the report sent them. They got the LSCC report.
Is the
LSCC did some investigation too.
The anti-corruption, the agency, they've already investigated this matter. Am I correct?
Exactly.
So, what was their finding? The finding was.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, what was their finding? That's what I want to know.
So, Stanton,
just a brief synopsis.
Stanton,
yes, sir.
I want to appeal to your conscience to kind of allow me to run through the findings.
Sensei, I've seen the finding. I've seen the finding. The reason I'm asking you for the audience. I try to do this I try to act like I haven't seen it because people are listening to us. So I want you to say to us in a brief synopsis what were the findings. Did the findings say somebody did something wrong? People say because as a result of that findings, the president reinstated the MD. He did not reinstate you. You are saying that you don't believe you were suspended. Well, I don't understand how you don't believe you were suspended when you're not in the office, right? So are you saying the president is not aware of what he's doing? Is that what you're saying here? Is there somebody else who's president outside of George Weah?
So I take you back to my big brother who was on your show last night, Honorable Senator Snow. You heard Senator Snow say that he had conversation with the president, and the president expressed a lot of things to him, and one of which was that he was misled about situation arising from the villages. Am I correct?
Yeah, you're correct, but Sensei.
So on the basis of that, I am still of the conviction that a man being suspended does not have a letter from the office of the president.
This is how I'm going to take us home. So let's accept the reality that you are here to speak to the president to give you your job back. Is that fair?
I'm here to speak to the president to accord me justice. I want to be investigated. I have never.
Well, your name is in the report, though.
No, but the GSC did not investigate me, my dear brother. And the report you are referring to did not say in any form and manner that Scentsy was part of the financial impropriety. So I just explained to you.
So let me just end on this. Sorry, because
Ben, before you end up, why you think I blew whistle?
So that's what I'm saying, Sensei. I want to give you a news flash. You serve at the pleasure of the president.
Exactly.
Plain and simple. If the president doesn't want to reinstate you, that's his prerogative. Nobody can force the president to do what he doesn't want to do in relation to appointment. If you have an issue with the president, why you don't have your job back, I think you should take it up with the office of the president.
So Ben, quickly. So Ben, are you not seeing violation of human rights?
But that's not for me. Listen, I'm not the president of
But that's
Liberia.
why I'm on the show.
So then,
I'm on the show.
so
I'm
that's
on the show.
that's
Ben,
why
I'm on the
trying.
show
So Scentsy,
to
that's what I
call
was
on the
trying to pull
president.
out of you.
Ben, let me.
What I
Ben,
was
please
trying
give
to
me.
pull. What I was trying
Ben,
to
please
pull
give me
out
a
of
few
you
minutes.
was.
Ben, please give me a few minutes. I'm on the show to let the president know that be as it is, holding
And
all things
I'm
constant.
glad we have finally arrived to that point. So
yeah, holding all things
then
constant that I am
let's speak
suspended.
directly to Mr. President. Then speak directly to Mr. President.
Of course, that's why I'm here to
because what my fear here is what you are attempting to do is you're attempting to come across as you're coming to blow some whistle on some issue that has already been investigated. So speak directly to your president. You are a sedition. You feel you were doing justice at Water and Sewer. You went out there. You stood up for what is right, because I even heard the MD say on the phone that you did the right thing, but you had a concern. So then speak directly to the president and say, hey, can Mr. President, afford me justice? Maybe give me a chance to sit down and talk to you. Let me get a chance to let me get a chance to clear my name or whatever the situation is, because I don't have my job.
But Ben, I beg you guys allow me. I have somebody from Liberia Water and Sewer that want to contribute briefly.
Okay.
Because the person served Scentsy Morris at the place. Go ahead. My friend, your name and where are you calling from?
So, my name, first of all, I'm a former outstation managing director. My name is Clement Sako Twoyan. Okay, hey, Scentsy, what's up,
Yes,
man?
sir. Thank you. How are you?
Good. So look, I just want to address two things here. First of all, I don't know if you can give me the time to speak about that video that you showed concerning Mr. Cummings. Can I say something about it?
No, we pass that, my man. You make us angry. Let's just move on. My man, leave Cummings alone, by. Why you want to do that one, by?
That's okay. That was an appeal. But look, this is it, right? Since he being very dishonest. Since in our own beginning, he knows me very well. He's a friend, but he's being very dishonest. Since he have been part of that corruption in Water and Sewer. Since he, when he came to Water and Sewer, he formed part of the syndicate that stealed money from Water and Sewer. One issue was with the very top beer. At one point in time, we went to senior management meeting because they dedicated a task to junior directors to go out and collect money. We went to top beer, and the people told us that they had deposited money in water source account. Since he, right after that money came, since he, Donna Kamara, the MDA, they had a trip to go to France, squander that money, use that money. When we went to senior management meeting, we talked about it, me in particular. Our outcast, because I was considered the opposition. That's the reason why when they got the time, the chance, when I went to the June 7 protest, if you guys can remember, the guy that went to June 7 protest that was fired because he was seen at the June 7 protest, it was I. Scentsy, every one of them. They said because our institution, when we go to senior management meeting, we talk about this better corruption that Scentsy is complaining about now. Scentsy, they will look in our faces and tell us that we're not a sedition, so we have no right there. Scentsy don't have the rectitude to even come and talk about people being corrupt and Water and Sewer because he's part and parcel of that process of the stealing there. Scentsy knows that. Because of the stealing, Gainside was ostracized. Gainside was ostracized. Scentsy collabed with Donna Kamara amongst the DMDA.
speak, Stanton. You know, that's what about Scentsy. Scentsy never paid me my 2 months money up to that. How many years has it been? I called Scentsy tirelessly to pay me. Since you got let me go, pay my 2 months money. Up to now, they have not paid me as we speak. Then you want to come here to talk about corruption and fairness? Probably because you were thrown out of that deal, that money. That's the reason why you come here to spill out what you say. And it's so disappointing. And you know what I'm saying? That's true. Except, you guys are the problem for water and sewer. We will go out and collect money. When the money comes, you, Scentsy in particular, you will take the money. I confronted you before in your office, and you know that.
So, my friend, your name again? What's your name again?
My name is Clemens Sako Tuyan.
Mr. Toya, can you hold on 1 minute, please? Don't you go anywhere, because the guys give Scentsy the chance, and we're going to ask you a question. We have run out of time, but I don't know you. You're watching the show and you call me. Never met you before. Let's just be very fair. But you work at the entity, and thank you for sharing what you know. Scentsy, can we give you a chance? Do you know Mr. Toya?
Honestly, I think he's been one of the employees. Maybe the name is a bit difficult for me to get, but
brother.
no, I'm not seeing the person. I'm not seeing the person, but I want to respond
No,
to
Scentsy, hold on. Scentsy, let's establish something.
When you spoke
because
to
you know something, yeah, at the
no,
end
I was
of the
only
day,
responding to his greetings. I was not. Yes, sir.
Scentsy, at the end of the day, whatever a man would do to expose corruption, I will applaud. Let me ask you again. Do you know Mr. Toya, the guy that got dismissed because he participated at the June 7 protest? You remember?
I remember this guy. I remember.
So
you remember? Yes, sir.
Stanton.
Yes, sir.
Water and Sewer have lots of employees. The brother is speaking, and I know exactly.
Do you know
why
any one of them that got fired because they participated at the June
many
7
of
protest?
them, even
Okay.
all of my staff in my office, the key staffs in my office got fired because of this thing.
But you cannot say whether you really know him now.
No, I mean, I am getting the information he's putting out, and honestly, the information he's putting out, he's speaking as an employee of Water and Sewer, and that's what I want to
I'm not
respond
saying
to
that.
him.
I'm just asking whether you think you know him, you remember him. Should I put up his picture? You think his picture will help
Exactly,
you?
Stanton, and I will appreciate.
Okay, just hold
So
on
that
1 minute. Can you please text me a photo of you? Let's just put it up. I just want to give Scentsy the time to just to remind him. Now, you heard what he said, Scentsy.
Exactly,
So
I heard it.
speak to it. Speak to it. You heard
So
some of the allegation.
So the first thing I like to say to the brother is that I understand his frustration, right? I understand his frustration. Stanton, I have never been to France. So I want to clarify that when he said I joined a managing director along with the deputy for administration and we went to France. I have never been to France. The first major attendance I ever went to with the managing director, and that was only me and the managing director, was at the World Bank to negotiate fundings for the institution. So I have never been to France.
Which country?
The United States of America, Washington, D.C.
Okay.
So I have never been to France, right? So I just want to make that clear. But the young man speaking spoke some things that touched my heart, because those were the same things I've been fighting for internally. I got to be very frank. The young man spoke some things that shocked me. Now, what I want a young man to understand is that apparently you were not around when the workers' union, the president of the workers' union, came with his team in my office. Apparently you were not around anymore. and I address issues relating to my complaints that I have been making over and over. Because I told you, Stanton, that the employees were on a fee, and the employees knew that monies were coming in, that they should take their pay, and all attention was towards me. So I wanted to inform them that what you are experiencing is not my making. I have been explaining these things terms of our number, calling on the board of directors to intervene about misappropriations. So Stanton, that was why, Stanton, you are muted. That was why I have said.
I'm sorry, Sensei, I'm muted because the director for administration of Liberia Water and Soil called. He want to participate. Let's hear him. All right, go ahead, my friend. Your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Randy Akimkana. I'm the director for administration of Liberia Water and Soil.
You have Sensei listen to you. Go ahead.
You see, Sensei, how you doing, my brother?
Grateful to God.
CEO.
Yes, sir.
Sensei been very much disingenuous to this government and the Liberian people tonight. The positions that he claiming that have been under his department, the material administration, is false and misleading. And in fact, Sensei does not understand the SOP of Liberia Water and Soil. That's the first thing.
Jesus.
Sensei, through all his life, water and soil, Sensei only activity was only about money and how to get money and build a mansion that you built to Carwell today. Now, let me make the first statement. Sensei first claim that the material administration, I'm the director for administration, I control procurement, material administration.
I mean, how many mansions the man get? My man, how many mansions the man get?
Let me tell you tonight.
The guy told what he need?
You said what's your name? Sorry, you said what's your name again?
I'm Ranel and Kane.
Ranel Kane.
Director for administration.
Thank you.
Yes. So, Sensei in studio there, the first thing, the material administration, the finance department that you're talking about today, the president appointed him to, and the sales and marketing was under my department administration. So during the former government, Kimi Weiss, at the time they had some during the transitional period before they were to establish as like our department as deputies and sales and marketing. But we only have the managing director, the deputy managing director for administration, and the deputy for technical.
So I forget about all those positions.
What else asking my problem money business? Why? You're in a problem money business. Why?
Let me ask you, Mr. Director. Let me ask you a question real quick because we got to move on. Sensei.
Yes, sir.
Very quick.
Yeah, go ahead, my friend. Go ahead.
The few issues that Sensei even claiming Sensei was the one that initiated everything I see Sensei doing passing is because of greed. Because of greed and corruption, Sensei, in fact, Sensei took his sister to be head of cashier at Carwell. That the money that they were collecting for the fee, it was not coming to the Water and Sewer Corporation account any longer. That even to the extent that you want to lie on Mr. Samuel.
So hold on 1 minute. Let me ask you a question. What was Sensei's sister name? Sensei, do you have a sister working at Liberia Water and Sewer?
Yes.
Yes, I have a sister working there.
Sensei.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 minute, my friend. I beg you. Let me ask Sensei. Sensei, do you have a sister working at LWSC?
Exactly, Stanton.
Did you take her there?
My sister was hired by the managing director through my recommendation.
Look at that.
Through your recommendation.
I'm the one.
Oh, but wait a minute. How do you say?
Sensei, hold on now. Sensei, hold on back.
Responsible for employment.
Sensei, hold on. We're speaking. Let the director go ahead small. You have confirmed that you got your sister there.
Don't stop lying to
Director, you talk. Director, hold on, my man. Just wait. You will get your time. Then you have heard what he said. He said he recommended his sister. So talk to us about your own disagreement tonight when it comes to Scentsy? Be brief.
My disagreement with Scentsy tonight when he brought his sister to be head of cashier. So the managing director started and colleague said no, but we observed that since the money coming from, we can receive a collection from our place. Now we have all the deputies are there, all the deputies they are secretary. Scentsy and I we are secretary B. Scentsy, in the absence of Scentsy, in my absence, Scentsy and I we are secretary B to the broad water source account. Now, the account that is claiming that our money taken for that 99,000, Scentsy don't have no secretary to that.
The CDC cartel and what else were there? The whole CDC got in there. They over each other. Scentsy, my man, we find the enjoy.
That's all Scentsy do.
Say that one more time. Just I beg you. Just say that one more time.
Scentsy and I, we are secretary B to the broad water and sewer account. In the absence of Scentsy, I sign. In my absence, when the managing director knew me, it's urgent, I will sign. With the World Bank issue that he started to break that issue, you Scentsy does not have a signature to that account. Scentsy only have VU right to that account. The World Bank, with the guy they call Boyu is signature B, and managing director is signature A, and then the finance, I think some the finance or other department from direct institution, the World Bank, they're responsible.
So let me hold you right there. I beg you, let me hold you right there. Let me go back to the guys because we got to listen. I've heard enough. Like the Liberian folks have heard enough.
Now,
Since I beg you, my brother.
Process is flying all around today. Because the managing director and his deputy is here necessary that because let me say. One of the reasons why today I can say Mr. Samuel Dito is one of the best ministers is because of the level of strength, the effort Mr. Samuel Dito have afforded our institution. Scentsy Morris trained the managing director, his deputy, his colleague, because he only want to be senator to that account so he can do a clandestinely. The managing director said no. Everybody going to be part of the platform. We have a platform. What managing director that we pay?
I mean, you're not going anywhere, my man. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on. Let's get some question. Ben, you go first. My man, hold on 1 minute. Director, but hold on 1 minute.
Can I ask him a question, please?
Director, hold on 1 minute. Scentsy, you go ahead. Let me give you the chance to defend yourself. You got two folks right now that work at the entity accusing you. My man, hold on now. My man, hold on 1 minute now. I mean, I tell you, about you can get chance, yo. Hold on 1 minute, please. Scentsy, go ahead.
Stanton, first and foremost, I expected this because my brother, can you please give me a chance now, please? So I expected.
So let's see that CDC brother then talking so. That's so yo.
Exactly. We always come on the combatant. But how am I supposed to talk now? The young man is still talking.
The president is supreme.
So Scentsy came from ALP.
Yes. C'est ça, ouais, soit.
On va valider avant là les mains défense, bah, get the man chair, let you defense.
The police, they decided, they said, no, we can't do this. Because of the grief, since you want to put the police into problem, the people deny it. At the end of the day, because at the
so Stanton, when am I going to speak?
I will make sure.
All right, my friend, we want to say thank you for calling on. It's good to have you. You got my number. We'll call you back. Thanks.
Yeah, maybe you could call on the show because this is my show. Now, let me just say a few things or probably ask my brother if he could respond. Now, Stanton, you can see from all indication that the young man is the director of accounts. I know him very well. And this is the young man who had always been signing on my behalf when I disagree with issues. And this young man does not even understand financial matters because he's not an accountant.
Scentsy.
Yeah, I want to respond. The young man, Stanton.
Yeah.
How is the young man saying all of these things? The young man heard the recording that I was called by the bank. Now you see the level of insincerity where the young man say I am not a particle of the project activities, but the bank is calling a non-particle. So how can you relate that to
Scentsy,
the young man's level of sincerity to the show? Yeah,
Scentsy, you work at, you used to, by the way, You work at the LWSC, correct? And
Sure.
you recommended your sister to serve as head of cashier. That's the accusation you say. Uh,
That's
and,
but
and go ahead, sir.
Stanton,
Yes,
Stanton,
yes, sir.
send your reporter, to how you call the place, water and sewer, and ask who is the head of cashier. He's not providing the information that he wants to provide. He came to defend something. That's all. So I don't want to speak to that because I
So,
see it as
hold on 1 minute. Let me ask you. I asked you. You say yes. Your sister worked at Water and Sewer. Your sister worked. You confirm what he said earlier. So, are you now changing the story?
no,
Which
but you're
department your
asking a
sister work
question.
at?
You're asking a question in two ways. The first way is that my sister is a working class woman. Her brother got appointed to an institution and she wanted to find a job to do. And I did a recommendation to the office of the manager. Nobody gets employed at Water and Sewer if you are not recommended, or if that is not approved by
So
the managing
understand.
director.
You recommended her to which position?
No position. I just recommended her to be
So what's
employed.
her
And
position
when
there right now?
she's
What
a cashier, and she
what
is not
level?
the
What
head.
level?
She is not even the head cashier.
What
She
level?
is just she is just a cashier that reports to her boss.
What level?
Stanton,
Yes. Yes.
so that we don't prolong the show tonight, please send your staffs or your investigators to Water and Sewer to know about that.
But you can
I don't
just tell
want
us. I don't need to
I
put
don't
gas in
I
the
don't want
car.
us to
What
I don't want
what's
us
her
to
position? What's her position?
at Water and Sewer.
Yeah.
She was employed as a cashier that have a boss that she reports to. Why are we making this other issue when she could just, because you see the young man says something. Stanton, how is it possible that the controller alone will
Man, you
withdraw
got
money
anything
from
to
the
say?
account?
Sentiment George, that
Yeah, actually, I
How
have
is
a
that?
question.
How is it possible that the controller alone will steal money?
Sensei, I have a question for you. So this check that is in question that you guys paid Hydro Conceal,
Yeah.
the work was for construction of civil and mechanical work to improve water delivery to Painesville and Central Monrovia.
Yeah.
Do you know if that work was completed and is it working and the delivery of water or the improvement of water delivery to people in Painesville and Central Monrovia is effective right now? Is okay? Is running well? Because you guys pay almost $99,000 for that work, and this is Liberian people money.
So even the GAC report says that the money was paid for work not completed. It's in
Okay.
the report.
Okay. Thank you for answering that. So your the money was spent, Liberian people money was spent for work that was
Yeah,
just
for
not
work
completed.
not completed. That was one of the findings and discrepancy of the GAC. And they said in the report that they hold to that funding. So I just wanted to have drilled through the three major findings that the GAC stated so that we can probably see reason to end the show. And this is the main thing that I came to because the
So,
Minister of
Sensei, you want to
Finance.
say, Sensei, it's 3 hours, 33 minutes into the program. Sorry that the Cummings shoot time interrupted our program. Ben, you want to say something? You telling me you want to say something? You listen to the two guys there, man.
No. Listen. Like I said, since he wants to talk to his president, I think he got the president. I'm sure the president will listen to this show. If he's not listening to it, president will listen to what Sensei has to say. I do want to say though, he said something about Snow, and I think to be fair to Snow did say that the president didn't know about the inner workings of Legis, but it was the responsibility of the board. So that I think to be fair to Snow, I don't want.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah,
Yes, you said that.
Yes, to be
Let
fair
me,
to Snow, because
let me say this to Sensei. You know, Sensei, I will be fair to you. I would be seriously, you know, you're a young man. I like you. But I think something went bad. Some kind of hustle went bad. And you
So then
find
what?
yourself, some kind of hustle went bad. And
So
Okay.
you're trying to cut the case? You just cut the case
yeah,
now.
let me say,
You know cut
yeah,
the case.
yeah. You know, let me say something. Some kind of hustle went bad, and you find yourself at the bad end. You know, the worst end of the game. So I think that's exactly what's happening. I'm sorry, but that's what I'm sensing. You know, you guys were friends before. You did, you know, you did stuff, and it's good that you reported it though, but something went wrong somewhere, you know. And all these guys that I'm blaming you. You built mansion. You brought your sister to
Are
Buster
you
Club
kidding
where
me?
Labrance
Are you
where.
kidding?
No, 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 no. I'm just going over these things, Sissy, my brother. You know, that's what the first person said. The second guy said the same thing. They called in the
But you
other
did not
gentleman.
allow me speak to the. You did not allow me speak to the issue
But
of the match.
okay, brother. Okay.
Yeah, but no,
So,
Sensei, all right, can't leave it.
so, Sensei, let me
Yeah,
say this
as
to you.
phone talk, yeah, they play.
Honestly, when they start calling Densai name, and you
Yeah,
know, Densai will call me. That's
yeah.
a big dude that know a lot about the operation over there. When I
And
saw your flyer,
I wish you could call him
folks,
and so that he can
no,
speak
it's
on it.
okay. When folks saw your flyer, they reached out to me. To be frank, they said some stuff that I cannot say on the show. But I want to say
Wow.
thank you for coming. We appreciate you, and we hope that the government can see a fit, and those responsible can see a fit to intervene. They can either let you go, you find something else to do, but they cannot keep you on the left-term suspension because this is a left-term suspension. Maybe, and you know, I've been very frank. You know, I told that to
I
Richard.
mean, they even get letter.
You know, you get no letter. They just kick you out for put somebody else in your office. These guys are done with you.
I'm
Now
sure
the man,
for not listening. I'm sure for not
now the man
listening.
saying that you from ALP. You're
Yeah,
not a
the
true
man say you're
citizen.
ALP.
So
You from ALP? You from ALP?
the man saying you from ALP.
Sensei,
You're
you
not
are
a
part
true
of ALP?
citizen.
So to answer the question, this
Sensei,
is
you
the
are part of
same
ALP?
thing.
You are part of ALP?
Absolutely not. The
Oh,
CDC is my first political party.
okay.
They got just say you from ALP. You're not
But
a true citizen.
Stanton, I am
Yeah.
the one speaking for myself.
No, I
The
believe
man
you.
who was speaking, Stanton, the man who was speaking as the director of administration is certainly the nephew of the managing director. The procurement director for LWSC is certainly the brother of the managing director.
So,
So
see,
when these people come on the
so you
show to
see, you
speak,
saw that. So see, listen now. You saw that, so you brought your sister into.
So you brought, yeah. So
So
everybody,
let me say something. That's why men like bro. No,
Stanton,
I'm not saying you say F-word.
Stanton, may I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
May I ask a question, Stanton?
Yes, sir.
You work in an institution and probably you got appointed to a job, especially in our surgeon, which you were privileged to get to a position, and you have a sister who is mature, who is
You're
in
not
a working
talking.
class.
Wait, leave it.
I tell you that man, I
Let
watching
me
you
finish. Let me
immediately.
finish. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Talk to her. Finish up.
So I recommended her
Listen to me and
to
Dr.
the
Richard
job.
Kid.
I recommended. No, I have to be sincere on the show, right? Because something pop up. I have to be sincere on the show, right? The thing that pop up, how has that got connected to the issue of the 99,000?
So can I answer you? Can I answer you, Sensei? In all seriousness, that place is a BS place. You're wasting the Liberian people time.
And money.
You are found guilty. Like the director, like the managing director, all of you guys.
So which report are you using to find me?
Give me chance now. Give me chance, Sensei.
But you say,
Sensei, let me tell you the truth, right? That's what make like bro. That's what like bro is today. Because I can bring my daughter, I can bring my wife, I can bring my sister, my brother, and we just made the play of cabal that everybody come and eat. It's an elephant meat. Everybody can take their own. You, Sensei, you are wrong. The manager wrong. The controller wrong. Whosoever hired them, even the president of Liberia, if he is aware, he's wrong. That's not a family renewal program you guys were running. So I will just say this. I understand that you came up to say something, you get the video, you speaking, this fine. But you're speaking because you find yourself at the worst end of the cane. When all was okay, when you were recommending your sister to Liberia Water and Swear to work, you wasn't speaking. When everything was fine, you wasn't speaking. Two things can happen today. For me, to tell you the truth, I don't see CDC giving your work your job back. Find your late business, find something to do. You can go up, you can't down, my brother. The CDC that we know today, they will not call you back to that water and swear to work. Whatever dealing and weeding you guys were in, they gotta not cut you loose. They're moving. But we appreciate your time on the show tonight, my brother. I like to keep it real with you, man. And, you know, they gotta not cut you loose. They gotta, what else they're doing there? They not cut you, they take everything away from you. They close your office, they say don't come back. And that's the CDC you have served. That's the CDC you continue to serve. Pray to God, 2023 is coming. They will call everybody back because they won't win election. And they will ask you, say they will find place for you to be. Forget that thing that happened. But if the heart will run Liberia, my brother, we are not serious. It's good to have you on the show, brother. Thank you, Scentsy.
So Stanton, can I have my closing?
Yes, sir. Please do. Please.
All right. So, like I said from the very onset, I came on the show not to attack, but to provide facts that happened at the institution that led to my whistleblowing. I had only been concerned that if my whistleblowing was the wrong thing that I ever did and I got suspended, I'm here to talk to my president. Mr. President, since you suspended me, I have since not been called to the investigation. And because of that, my family is going through serious suffering. My kids are now in school. It's 16 months out of my office, plus 2 months that the institution owe me that I have not taken paid. Stanton, honestly, I am believing to myself that this president will not do that to a Liberian family. This president is a respecter of the law. We have heard series of times that this president had always wanted people to face the law, and when they are found guilty, the law takes its course. I am calling on this president to kindly allow me go through my due diligence. Let me be heard. And if for any reason I fall short of my actions, let me be peacefully relinquished. But even the pay that I work for, I have not been paid. The one that I work for, I have not been paid. I'm not even discussing the one that has to do with the suspension. So I am calling on my president. I still love him. I still want to see him succeed. But if for any reason this time my actions have led to the sufferings that I'm going through, I am begging the president and I'm asking the public to kind of join me to talk to the president to either allow me face justice or be relieved of my post so that I can be able to move on. Because Stanton, as I speak right now, I am not able to fish for another job because I'm still in the workings of the government.
Scentsy, thank you very much. Let me ask you a question, my last question, though you did your closing. When those Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation employee, when they were protesting, were you getting paid while you were at the LWSC?
No,
when they were demonstrating for pay, were you getting paid?
Everybody was going through the same thing.
No, were you getting paid? Because I receiving some pay stuff, some information that you were getting paid while the folks were out there demonstrating of not getting paid. So let
But
me fair with that
Stanton,
question. That when you getting paid,
Salary,
Stanton,
advance, all kind of things.
Stanton, I think the problem we are experiencing here tonight is that you are accepting informations without evidence.
no. I
And
would start displaying evidence. That's why I want to be very clear first. Were you
okay,
getting paid? Were you being paid while folks were demonstrating of no pay at the Liberia Water and Sewer?
absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
But when was the last payment? Which month you received your last paycheck? Which month? Your last deposit?
So everybody, the institution was like owing everybody up to 4 months, right? So when I blew the whistle, it drew the president's attention. The president mandated the minister of finance to pay salaries for 4 months. All right, and the minister took a
Which month
decision
did
to
you
pay.
receive your last payment, sir? Your last pay
So
deposit?
it
Which
was
month?
when it was supposed to be for February and March, but according to
Which
what
year?
I learned,
Which
eh,
year? Which year?
last year, 2021.
Correct. February and March. Did you
Yeah.
receive that pay?
Well, that's why I said that was when the decision was taken. But let me tell you what went wrong. The managing director took a
But did you
decision.
receive it? Yes or no? Yeah,
Well, I said yes. I said I received. No, I received 2 months out of the 4 months. It was the others that received 4 months, but I received
Thank
only
you,
2.
Sensei.
Okay, it's okay, Sensei.
Thank you, Sensei.
Sensei, wait, Sensei.
Yes, sir.
Who brought you on the show?
Just Kev, stop. Kev, let him go over there laid back. Let Puka.
So
who brought you on?
Kev, Kev, to answer your question, Stanton,
Kev, I think what you doing this year?
I think we should be able to respect our guests. First of all, I felt humiliated when you kept me in the studio for more than 2 hours before I came on the show. I felt that. I come in now. Let me express myself, right? I felt humiliated, and later on we solved it in the background, and I came and apologized to my listeners. Now we ending the show. You see the question Kev is asking?
No, I just asking you because.
But Sensei, let me say this. Sensei, hold on. Sensei, let me say this. This is the Spoon Talk. You've been watching us for a long time.
Yeah, God.
Okay, if you feed, it is what it is. We saw the story that was very, very important to run prior to you coming on. You didn't pay for the program. We're being very, very generous to you. So if you feel humiliated, then you know why? It is what it is.
No, I didn't say. I said that we corrected that in the background.
No, Sensei. I cannot restrict. I cannot restrict. Listen. I cannot restrict your
let me
question.
appreciate.
Listen. No, it's okay.
You want me to answer
Kev's
question?
No.
I can answer Kev's question.
Sensei, my friend, you my man. I value you. I cannot restrict Kev's question. Kev's question is his question. That your CDC brother. But I put it for AFP. They say you're not a true sedition.
So the three people on there are the seditions.
So Kev, I was brought on the show by an invitation.
Active
honor to me by Mr. Waterspoon.
It's not by invitation. You're making an error again. You reached out to us. You reached out and said you want to tell your story. So therefore, you've been asking me for almost some money. I'll say, come on. It's not by invitation.
So it's not on the show one time.
He called on the show one time.
He called when Senator was on.
So even you can't be on the show. You're not even speaking the truth. So
see, I told you that leaders thing.
Listen, coming tomorrow, let's wrap.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen, you're a good man, to be frank. And sorry for the position you find yourself in. I will be truthful to you. The government will not give you no job back. And, y'all ate the money together and they mess you up. And they ran with their own and they close you. They call it close or rewind. They rewinded you. They close you up. Okay? So just pray to God and, God will find a way.
You say you're a professor, right? You say you're a professor, accounting professor? You said that.
Let me our man go. So see, you got my number.
Stanton, I'd like to say thanks to your team for allowing me on the show, for sharing my audio. Basically, I have been calling on different radio stations, the president, to kind of intervene on my behalf, to just either allow me to face the investigation and be heard, or peacefully relinquish me so that I can have the opportunity to get a job and take care of my family. It is
I
basically
think that's
18
fair.
months
I
now
think that's fair.
to
You should have just come
find
on
a
the
young man
show and with that. You should have just come
to
on the
find
show.
a young man to find a
Please.
young man married and have a family, and he's not able to feed, to take care of his family.
Now
Is
you're
such a
speaking.
tough time for me.
Yeah. Now you
So, see, I think that's fair. Listen, and this is nobody trying to make
you
fun
should have
of
just come
you know.
with that and
But I think
saying
that's
this.
fair. I think that's fair. You know, that's why that's the reason I asked you the question that I asked you. Because
Right.
when I got a chance to look at the whole thing, I was like, you know, I think
Because every man deserves to feed their family. I
yeah.
understand your pain, but I think the way you came on the show was the wrong way. You should have just come and plead for your case and for your job. And out there, you know, you never know, my brother.
Scentsy, the party remains supreme. Baku,
Yeah,
Baku.
Don't.
Anyway, like I said, thanks to
Go
the
out
phone
there.
show.
Go out there and support your party.
Yeah,
out there and support your party, my brother. And
Let me ask you that question, you still support the president
No. Honestly,
do you still support the president re-election?
Honestly, Scentsy, I just told you on the show that from the outlook of things, the way Honorable Snow put it about the president's not being in the know of so many things, I am of the conviction that this president will be so kind enough to listen to my
Snow said again, you want mischaracter what Snow said.
Right.
Because this is a wide platform. Snow said the president didn't know the inner workings, and it was the responsibility of the board. Don't use that as a
No, but how is that not unique to what
it's not fair, but it's okay, since it's okay.
I don't think it's fair.
I think you have made the case. I think you have made your case. I'm very sure the president will listen to this show. If he's not listening now, he told us he's an avid listener. He goes back to listen to the show. He will listen to the show today. I'm very sure. If God touches his heart, he will reach out.
I wish I could advise you.
Will reach out to you, but I think it's only fair.
That was the wrong way.
Yeah.
Come out, plead for your job.
Well, Kev, I can understand that is your opinion, and I accept whatever criticism that is.
Do you still support the president?
Of course, I told you
yes.
I'm a CDPN.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I'm asking for Kev.
But I told you I'm a CDPN. I told you.
You hear the answer now?
The guy he get a job before 2023. He go in the ballot box.
No. Wait a minute, Scentsy. This man that you are talking to,
because of job.
This man you are talking to should have been the representative of district number 15 when Big Brother Ada Lawrence died.
Oh, really?
I was the preferred candidate for CDC on District 15 ticket, but I took a decision to stand down because my party never wanted us to face this issue of two persons from the same party going in the race. Okay. So I took that decision.
The party remains supreme, brother. I will do it.
I make the sacrifice. So behind that, this is not just an ordinary person. Like I said, I did not come on a show to attack. I came on a show. It's just that I was privileged to explain the situations surrounding my whistleblowing. But I came on the show to end up as saying that, Mr. President, please look into my matter. Yeah. A Liberian with a family had gone.
And I'm glad I came on the show. I'm glad I came
no
because,
job.
Yeah, because I think the way you were going for it, you were making it difficult for you to get your job back. I'll be very fair with you. So I'm glad that I came and put you in that, in that lane. But it was good to have you on. It was really, really good to have you on. Be safe when you as you leave the studio. Be safe and we'll be in touch. But speaking of the District 59, I do remember I do remember your name now.
Yeah. This is the
trying to
guy.
remember that Scentsy because there's another Scentsy that is with the ANC, but then I was like, that's not him.
No, this is the Scentsy. In fact, this Scentsy is even the National Secretary General of the CDC professionals. So I am a part and parcel of the CDC.
Oh yeah, I know
everything
you.
that's happening.
Yeah, I know your name. Yes.
Yeah.
You are popular man.
Is the Scentsy who stood the test of time to stand
you
down.
From Coway, right? You from Coway?
Yeah, Coway, exactly.
Yeah. I remember him.
We meet in December 18 when the president nomination program.
You will be there coming in? You go into the program?
I'll be there.
Oh, you activating your members?
So thank you guys for allowing me on the show, Dr. Richardson. Brother Kev. I appreciate that, and I appreciate all of the criticism.
Go ahead. No, I said go ahead.
I said thanks to all of you. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of the criticism, and I even appreciate the fact that someone would say that probably my steps taken were wrong, and that's what I'm saying. If honestly I was wrong, I needed to face the investigation to prove that, and if no investigation, let me be a free man so that I can be able to find some other means.
So you can't find job because you're still employed? Is that what you're saying?
Honestly, because I stay employed and I'm on suspension. Nobody willing to give me job.
They resign. Go find different
job. Then why don't you resign? Yeah, why don't you resign?
So the reason why I have not resigned is because I am in the quest of facing an investigation. I don't want to disrespect the president. The president suspended me and sent me for investigation. I'm only saying to the president, where you send me, I'm yet to go there, and it's going 18 months. I'm not going there. What are you saying about it? So when you hear me say, please intervene, Mr. President, those are the things I'm saying.
So if you resign, the investigation stops?
I really why would have been a reason.
No, I just wonder if you resign, when you resign, the investigation stops.
No. So, Dr. Richardson.
She got a point, though. They can still call you.
So, Dr. Richardson, I am speaking to a father figure.
Okay.
The president is a father figure.
Okay, I see.
The president is a father figure. This president is somebody who I did everything I could within my weak ways to help him succeed to the presidency. So I'm speaking to a father figure. I have not given up on him that he could intervene in my case.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
All right.
It was good seeing you. Thank you, my brother.
All right, my dear sister. All right, Ben. All right, Kev.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks to Tomalin. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to the CEO. I highly appreciate the time on the show. And honestly, I accept all of the criticism. Like I said, I did not come on the show to attack. I actually came to end up as saying, Mr. President, I am a family man. Please say something about my case. Please intervene. And I'm still a partisan of this great movement. Thank you very much. Thank you to all Liberians for listening to me. I appreciate your time ever so much.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, your ending is very good.
What else were they are causing?
Guys, you're like wrap this here. I just stay on left. I don't know why he just left, but it's okay. Let's wrap this thing up, man. I think anybody got closing to do. Let's just wrap this thing up. That Richardson, you got closing?
I got nothing to say. Okay. That city always on city.
I'm
always on Trump. I'm a rest that city.
You know why, Dr. Richardson? I think you set this thing up perfectly. You brought this guy on the show to distract us from the actual comics thing. Because when we're going on that showtime thing, you make a phone call and bring the guy. So you had your plan to do this. So we'll talk backstage, Dr. Richardson, but I think you did that.
That comments video, the optics was the optics not good, and honestly, the optics is not good. I don't know why they should just they pull around, should just stop right away and say, look, I mean, stop it, because we in election season. anything anybody do right now, even the president or the worker or comics or anyone that need to do the washing it. I know comics personally. You're not the kind of person that would do that will enslave any woman. He will treat a woman. I respect him a lot. He will not do that. But the political people, the opponents will take a runner and put it on him. But he knows to, I guess, they can't tie my shoe. He didn't say so. But
folks say it's not the first time.
And you could tell that he was not expecting this because the guy, you could tell that he was not expecting it. When he realized, he called and said, no, trying to, but already gone, and so forth.
Look at the tip. The water.
Well, water. Careful, man.
Come on, man.
Where you got water? Well, water.
No, let me make one announcement.
James can play that video again. You will see the water to get. You will instruct the guy take the water.
So tomorrow is in multiple states. So if you need to find out the CPP USA, it is launching in multiple states.
Oh no, that's what you're saying. This is not CPP thing yet. No, that's what you're saying.
No, Regis, if you get the announcement,
no.
Please get the announcement by Regis.
Is she paying for it?
When you get paid, go ahead. When you
I can pay for it.
All right, you will pay for it. Send her the invoice. Send her the invoice. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. Are you going to pay for this?
So CPP
she will pay. Send her the invoice.
It's not a CPP platform. This. Are you paying for it?
What they having again? What they having?
Yeah, having
launching
introducing CPP USA to the United States.
So you want to tell me
if you live in Minnesota, Philadelphia?
Let a woman read it. Y'all let a woman read the announcement. Y'all know.
Will not be here, but he will be available to us by Zoom in different locations. He's going to be making his way around. So multiple states such as Minnesota, Philadelphia, the Dakotas, Georgia, Illinois, Texas, and the Delaware, Maryland, Virginia area.
So that's a state CPP going to win. So that's a state CPP going to win.
All CDC USA from 2004. You are called to a meeting in summer. Okay, all CDC USA from 2004. Will be assembling in Maryland.
So in Minnesota,
all CDC 211 brothers country will be assembling Maryland for all CDC USA. Okay.
You can give
your
if you're in Maryland, you can go to 2977 Brookdale Drive, Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. If you're in Philadelphia, you can go to 6663 Woodland Avenue, Philadelphia, PA. I'll be there tomorrow. If you're in the Dakotas, you can go to 1401 13th Half Street, South Fargo, North Dakota. If you're in Georgia, you can call 404-234-2534. If you're in Illinois, you can call 224-409-1713. If you're in Texas, you can call 281-797-7750. If you're in Delaware, Maryland, or Virginia, you can call Markan or you can call Mona Fahad to participate in this launching. It is the launching of CPP USA. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
Nothing about Europe. Nothing about Europe. Nothing about Europe. You're assembling. We're assembling. You are called to duty. Revolutionary report to duty.
You call it escape, Goring?
Ben.
Yeah. But you answer Ben question.
Is Cap going to the program?
All CDC people that took our members, the ANC people, you're
not answering the question.
You want to answer about Kev? Is Kev coming?
Or Kev? No, Kev. No. Kev a reaction. So when Kev, when he raised on stage, then you can have meeting. You can a reaction in that sedition.
Don't listen to you, Dr. Roger. Tell me about the Alaska. It's somebody.
You're not coming to see your party. I can go.
The ANC Alaska. Tell me.
I go on a day with my husband. So see you later.
Thank you. Say hi to Abraham for us.
All right. Thank you.
Bye. That veteran hire.
Yeah. Gentlemen, we'll see you one thing. Kevin, why you like this? Eh?
Yes. You get anybody in Alaska?
Yeah. What a job. Baba.
I see your He's in Alaska. They both good.
Yeah, Fico. Okay. I think Yekazi is on something. Well, folks, many thanks to all of you for being a part. My name is James Samuel Gudeflomo, and Yekazi Zogwe is there in Liberia, and he's in studio. And it's been a great time since yesterday. And welcome tomorrow. That is today. We already in today. The team is going to be back with another beautiful presentation. It's all going to be about entertainment. Kopazi will be appearing today by 8:30 p.m. He's going to be appearing. So we love to welcome you back for Kopazi. He has a single that is very beautiful, and he's going to be, doing some entertainment as well. So until we meet, my name is Jim Samuel Gudeflomo, and many thanks to all of the team members who were here to make it beautiful. Bye-bye.